My name is Olivia Price. This happened in September of 2023 at an RV site in Fish Lake National Forest, Utah. I should have said no when Marcus suggested the trip, but I didn't, and now I have to live with what we found. There were 5 of us from the office. Marcus organized it as a team-building thing after our company restructured and merged 3 departments. We barely knew each other. Marcus handled client relations. I worked in data analysis. Jen did HR, Derek was in marketing, and Paul managed IT infrastructure. We'd been thrown together into a new team without really choosing to work with each other, and Marcus thought a long weekend camping would help us bond. I didn't want to go. I'd bought the RV 2 years earlier thinking I'd use it to get away on weekends, but after my divorce I'd only taken it out twice. Both times I'd driven somewhere, parked, and spent the entire time sitting inside checking my phone. The idea of being stuck with 4 co-workers for 3 days made me anxious, but I agreed anyway. Sometimes it's easier to say yes. We met at the office parking lot Friday afternoon. Marcus drove his wife's SUV and Jen rode with him. Derek and Paul followed in Derek's truck. I brought up the rear in the RV. The drive took about 4 hours. Marcus had picked the site because it was remote and cheap. He'd rented 2 spots next to each other. The campground was older, the kind with concrete pads and hookup posts that looked like they hadn't been updated since the 70s. Only 3 other RVs were there when we arrived, all clustered near the entrance. Our sites were at the far end, closest to the tree line. The ranger station at the entrance was closed, with a note taped to the door saying to pay in the morning. We set up camp while it was still light. Marcus and Jen pitched a tent on one pad. Derek and Paul shared another tent on the second pad. I parked the RV between them. The routine of setting up helped. I focused on leveling the RV and running the hookups. It gave me something to do while the others talked about work. That first night was fine. We made hot dogs and sat around Marcus's propane fire pit because actual fires weren't allowed due to drought conditions. The conversation was what you'd expect. People complained about the merger, speculated about who might get laid off in the next round of cuts, made jokes about the new VP nobody liked. I didn't contribute much. I was there, but I wasn't really there. Around 10, Derek mentioned he'd seen a trail earlier when he walked down to the bathrooms. He wanted to check it out in the morning. Marcus said we should all go, make it a group hike. Everyone agreed. I said I'd think about it. I went to bed around 11. The RV felt too big with just me in it. I lay in the dark listening to the others talking outside, their voices getting quieter as they moved to their tents. Eventually it was silent, except for wind in the trees. I didn't sleep well. I never do in new places. Around 3 in the morning I got up to use the bathroom. When I looked out the window above the sink, I saw someone standing near the tree line. Just standing there facing our camp. I couldn't make out any features, just a shape darker than the darkness around it. I watched for maybe 30 seconds, and it didn't move. Then I blinked and it was gone. I told myself it was my imagination, or another camper from one of the RVs near the entrance, but those were a quarter mile away and it was 3 in the morning. I went back to bed and eventually dozed off. In the morning, Marcus knocked on my door at 7:30. He had coffee in a thermos and paper cups. We sat at the RV's fold-out table, and he asked if I was doing okay. I said I was fine. He said I'd been quiet last night. I told him I was just tired. The others woke up around 8. We had breakfast, and then Derek reminded everyone about the hike. The trail he'd seen was unmarked, just a worn path leading into the forest from behind the bathrooms. Marcus said we should at least check it out. I didn't mention the figure I'd seen. It seemed stupid in daylight. We started hiking around 9:30. The trail was narrow but clear, winding uphill through aspen and pine. Derek led. He had one of those expensive GPS watches and kept checking it. After about 40 minutes, he stopped and said something was wrong with the signal. The watch kept losing and reacquiring satellites. Marcus looked at his phone and said he had no service either. Paul said that was normal this far out. The trail opened into a clearing after another 20 minutes. There was an old fire ring in the center, the kind people make with rocks. Some of the rocks had been there long enough that grass grew around their bases. Derek walked the perimeter of the clearing and found where the trail continued on the other side. That's when Jen spotted it. She'd wandered to the far edge of the clearing near a cluster of dead trees. She called out and waved us over. At first I thought she'd found an animal den or something, but when we got closer I saw what she was pointing at. The ground had a depression in it, roughly rectangular, about 4 feet by 6 feet. The dirt looked disturbed, newer than the surrounding soil. Jen had cleared away some pine needles and exposed a corner of something metal. Derek knelt down and brushed more dirt away. It was definitely metal, green-gray with rivets along the edge. He cleared more of it. A hatch or maybe a door, set into the ground at an angle. Paul said it was probably an old Forest Service cache. Marcus thought it might be a hunting blind or food storage. Derek kept digging around the edges. After a few minutes, he'd exposed most of the hatch. It was about 3 feet wide and 4 feet long, made of heavy steel. There was a handle on one side, the kind you'd twist to unlatch. Nobody said we should open it, but nobody suggested walking away either. Derek grabbed the handle and pulled. It didn't budge. He braced his feet and pulled harder. Still nothing. Paul helped him. Together they managed to break whatever seal had formed. The hatch lifted with a grinding sound, and they pushed it all the way open. There was a hole underneath, not deep, maybe 6 feet. A ladder made of rebar was bolted to one side. At the bottom was another hatch, horizontal this time, set into concrete. Marcus shone his phone flashlight down. The bottom hatch had a wheel lock like something you'd see on a submarine. Derek said he was going down to look. Marcus said we should probably head back. Jen asked what we thought it was. Nobody had a good answer. Derek climbed down anyway. His voice echoed up from the hole. He said the wheel turned. He said it was opening. Then he said there was a room underneath. Marcus told him to come back up. Derek didn't respond. We waited. After maybe 2 minutes, Marcus called down again. Derek's voice came back, but it sounded distant, like he'd moved away from the ladder. He said we needed to see this. Paul went down next, then Marcus. Jen looked at me and shrugged. She descended the ladder. I stood at the edge of the hole and looked down. I could see their phone lights moving around below, but I couldn't hear what they were saying anymore. I should have walked back to camp right then. Instead, I climbed down. The bottom hatch opened into a concrete room about 12 feet square. The walls were bare except for some kind of black mold growing in the corners. The air smelled like dirt and rust. There was a metal table bolted to the floor in the center, some folding chairs, a filing cabinet against one wall. That was all. Derek was going through the filing cabinet. He said all the drawers were empty except one. That one had a folder with papers inside. He pulled them out and spread them on the table. They were handwritten logs, dates, times, observations. The handwriting was neat, almost mechanical. The entries went back to 1983 and continued until 1991. The observations were about weather, animal movements, and something called pressure readings. The numbers meant nothing to me. Marcus asked if anyone knew what this place was. Paul said it could be part of an old Cold War installation. Utah had a lot of those. Jen said it seemed small for that. Derek kept reading the logs. One entry from August 1991 caught my attention. It said, pressure reading 7, 2 at 0300. Sound event lasted 43 seconds. No visual. Recommend immediate cessation. That was the last entry. Derek said we should take the folder. Marcus said we should leave it. While they argued, I noticed something about the room I hadn't seen at first. The walls weren't exactly square. One corner was slightly wider than the others, and there was a seam in the floor almost invisible under the dirt running along one side. I pointed it out. Paul walked over and brushed the dirt away. The seam outlined another hatch smaller than the first. This one was set flush with the floor. There was no handle, just a small hole in the center, the kind you'd need a tool to open. Derek found a metal rod hanging on a hook behind the filing cabinet. He inserted it into the hole and turned. Something clicked. He pulled, and the hatch lifted. Stairs led down. Concrete steps disappearing into darkness that our phone lights couldn't penetrate. I said I wasn't going down there. Marcus agreed. He said we'd seen enough. Derek said he just wanted to look. Paul said he'd go with him. They descended the stairs. Their lights faded. The rest of us waited in the upper room. Jen sat in one of the folding chairs. Marcus leaned against the wall. I stood by the ladder, watching the open hatch in the floor. 5 minutes passed, maybe 10. Marcus called down. No response. He called again, louder. Still nothing. Then we heard footsteps coming back up. Derek's head appeared first. He climbed out, followed by Paul. Derek's face was blank. Paul was smiling, which seemed wrong somehow. The smile was too wide. Marcus asked what they'd found. Derek said it was just more rooms. Empty rooms. Nothing interesting. Paul nodded, still smiling. He said we should probably head back. The hike back took longer than the hike out. Derek kept checking his GPS watch. He said the reading didn't match where we'd come from. Marcus said we probably just took a slightly different route, but I noticed Derek checking over his shoulder every few minutes. Paul walked behind everyone else. Whenever I glanced back, he was looking at the trees instead of the trail, and he was still smiling. We got back to camp around 2 p.m. I said I was tired and went to lie down in the RV. Through the window, I watched the others. They made sandwiches and ate without talking much. Derek kept looking at his watch. Paul sat in a camping chair facing the forest, not moving, just staring. I must have fallen asleep because when I woke up it was dusk. I went outside. Marcus was alone by the fire pit, drinking a beer. I asked where everyone else was. He said Derek had gone for a walk and Jen was in her tent reading. He didn't mention Paul. I asked where Paul was. Marcus looked confused for a second, then said he thought Paul was with Derek, but he didn't sound sure. We sat in silence for a while. The forest was too quiet. No birds, no insects, just wind. Derek came back as it got dark. He looked pale. Marcus asked if he was feeling okay. Derek said he'd gotten turned around on his walk. He'd ended up near the bathrooms and seen something weird. The trail we'd hiked that morning wasn't there anymore, just trees and undergrowth. No path at all. Marcus said he must have been looking in the wrong spot. Derek shook his head. He said he'd marked the trailhead on his GPS. The coordinates were right. The trail was gone. Nobody said anything. Then Jen came out of her tent and asked if anyone had seen Paul. We all said no. She said she'd seen him walk into the forest about an hour ago. He'd been heading toward the other RVs near the entrance. Marcus said we should find him. Derek said he'd stay at camp. His stomach hurt, he said. Marcus and I walked toward the entrance with flashlights. Jen said she'd check the bathrooms. The 3 RVs near the entrance were dark and quiet. No one answered when we knocked. The ranger station was still closed. Marcus tried Paul's cell phone. No service. We walked back. Jen was waiting by our camp. She hadn't found him either. Derek was sitting by the fire pit, not moving. His eyes were closed. Marcus said Paul had probably just gone to bed in his tent. We should all get some sleep and sort it out in the morning. Derek didn't respond. Jen said goodnight and went to her tent. Marcus did the same. I went into the RV and locked the door. I know that sounds paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I sat at the table and tried to read on my tablet, but I couldn't focus. Around midnight, I heard voices outside. Low, murmuring. I looked out the window but couldn't see anyone. The fire pit was empty. Marcus and Jen's tent was zipped shut. So was Derek and Paul's. The voices continued for maybe 10 minutes, then stopped. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the window watching the camp until the sky started to lighten. When it was light enough to see clearly, I went outside. Derek's tent was open. He wasn't inside. Neither was Paul. Their sleeping bags were unzipped from the inside, spread flat. Derek's backpack was there, but Paul's was gone. Marcus came out of his tent, rubbing his eyes. I told him Derek and Paul were gone. He looked confused. He said Paul had come back last night. He'd heard him talking to Derek around midnight. That must have been the voices I'd heard. But now they were both gone. Jen joined us. She suggested we drive to the ranger station and report them missing. Marcus said they'd probably just gone for an early hike, but his voice didn't sound convinced. We waited until 8. They didn't come back. We drove to the ranger station. It was still closed, but there was a different note on the door now. This one said the station was unstaffed due to budget cuts. For emergencies, call a phone number. Marcus tried the number. No service. We drove back to camp. We'd have to drive farther out to get a signal. But when we got back, Derek was there. He was sitting in a camping chair by the fire pit, facing away from us. He didn't turn around when we pulled up. Marcus got out and walked over to him. He asked where Derek had been. Derek didn't answer. Marcus walked around to face him. Then Marcus stepped back quickly. I got out of the RV. Jen stayed inside, watching through the windshield. I walked over to Marcus. He was staring at Derek. Derek was smiling. The same smile Paul had after coming up from the underground room. Too wide, stretching his face in a way that looked painful. His eyes were unfocused, staring at nothing. Marcus said Derek's name. Derek's head turned toward us, but his eyes didn't track right. They moved independently, like he was trying to look at two things at once. Then he spoke. His voice was flat, with no inflection. He said, "Paul is waiting." Marcus asked where Paul was. Derek said, "Below. He wants everyone to come down. He says there's something you need to see." I asked Derek if he was okay. His smile widened if that was possible. He said, "I'm better than okay. We're all going to be better, once you see." Jen got out of the RV. She walked up behind us and gasped. She saw Derek's face and grabbed my arm. She whispered that we needed to leave. Right now. Marcus said we couldn't leave without Paul. Derek stood up. He was taller than I remembered. Or maybe he was standing straighter. He said Paul was fine. He said we should follow him. He said he'd take us there. None of us moved. Derek's smile faded slightly. He said we didn't have a choice. The pressure was increasing. We needed to go below before the next sound event. He said it in that same flat voice, like he was reading from a script. Marcus said we were calling for help. Derek said there was no help. He said the phone wouldn't work anyway. He was right, we'd already tried. Then Derek turned and walked toward the tree line. Not toward the bathrooms where the trail had been. A different direction entirely. Marcus looked at Jen and me. He said we should pack up and leave. Get to somewhere with cell service and call the police. I agreed. But Jen was staring at where Derek had disappeared into the trees. She said, what if Paul was hurt? What if he needed help? We argued for a few minutes. Marcus said the police could search. Jen said Derek knew where Paul was. We should at least follow and see. I said following Derek was a bad idea. Jen said I wasn't being logical. In the end, Jen followed Derek into the trees. Marcus ran after her, yelling for her to stop. I stood alone in the camp. I should have driven away. I should have left them all and gotten help. But I didn't. I followed them into the forest. I found them about 100 yards in. Derek was standing with his back to us, looking down at the ground. Jen and Marcus stood a few feet away. As I approached, I saw what Derek was looking at. The hatch. The same one we'd found yesterday. But it wasn't in the clearing. It was here, in the middle of dense forest, which made no sense. We'd hiked 40 minutes to find it before. Now it was practically in our camp. Marcus said this wasn't possible. Derek said the distance changed. He said pressure bends space. He said we needed to go down. Jen asked where Paul was. Derek pointed at the open hatch. He said Paul was waiting. He said Paul would explain everything. Marcus said we were leaving. He grabbed Jen's arm and turned to go. Derek grabbed Marcus. His grip must have been tight because Marcus gasped and tried to pull away. Derek held on. He said, "You need to see. It's important. Once you see, you'll understand." I stepped back. Derek's eyes locked onto mine. He said my name. Olivia. He said it slowly, drawing out the syllables. He said I was scared. He said fear was natural. He said it would pass once I saw. Then he let go of Marcus and walked to the hatch. He climbed down. Marcus was rubbing his arm. There were marks where Derek had grabbed him. Jen said we should call his name down the hatch, see if Paul was really there. Marcus said no. We were leaving now. But Jen walked to the hatch and called down. "Paul? Are you there?" A voice answered. It sounded like Paul. It said, "I'm here, come down, I need to show you something." Jen looked at us. Marcus said it wasn't Paul. I didn't know what to think. The voice sounded right, but something about the words was off. Too formal. Jen said she was going down just to check. Marcus said absolutely not. They argued. While they argued, I walked to the edge of the hatch and looked down. The concrete room at the bottom was dimly lit. I couldn't see the source of the light. Derek was standing at the base of the ladder. Next to him was someone who might have been Paul. Same height, same build. But I couldn't see his face clearly. The figure that might have been Paul looked up at me. His face was in shadow, but I saw teeth. White, perfectly straight. Smiling. He said, "Olivia, you should come down. There's something about you in the logs. Something important." I stepped back from the edge. Something about you in the logs. What did that mean? Jen pushed past me and started climbing down. Marcus tried to grab her, but she was already descending. He shouted her name. She didn't respond. Marcus looked at me. His face was pale. He said we had to get her back. I said I didn't think we could. We waited. Marcus kept calling down. No one answered. After maybe 5 minutes, Jen climbed back up. She was smiling. Marcus grabbed her shoulders and asked if she was okay. She nodded. Her smile didn't waver. She said Paul showed her the lower rooms. She said it was fascinating. She said we should all go down. Marcus backed away from her. He looked at me and said we were leaving right now. I agreed. We ran. Back toward camp, crashing through undergrowth. Behind us, I heard Jen calling our names. Her voice was cheerful, almost singing. She said we were overreacting. She said it was wonderful below. We'd love it. We reached camp. Marcus went straight to his SUV. He was fumbling with his keys when we heard footsteps. All three of them emerged from the trees. Derek, Paul, and Jen, walking in a line, all smiling. They didn't run. They walked calmly toward us. Marcus got his door open and yelled for me to get in the RV. I ran to the driver's door and climbed in. I started the engine. Marcus was already backing up his SUV. The three figures stopped at the edge of our camp. They stood side by side watching us, not moving, just watching. I put the RV in gear and followed Marcus. We drove toward the exit. The road curved through the forest for about a quarter mile before reaching the entrance. I kept checking my mirrors. No one was following. We passed the closed ranger station. The road continued another half mile before joining the main highway. I could see Marcus's SUV ahead. We were going to make it. Then Marcus's brake lights flashed. He stopped. I stopped behind him. The road ahead was blocked, not by a gate or barrier, by trees, huge pines lying across the pavement. They hadn't been there when we drove in yesterday. Marcus got out of his SUV. I climbed out of the RV. We walked up to the fallen trees. They were too big to move. The trunks were at least 3 feet in diameter. Marcus said we'd have to backtrack and find another route. But there was only one road into the campground, and these trees blocked it completely. Marcus said maybe there was a service road, a back way out. I said I didn't think so, but we could look. We got back in our vehicles and turned around. As we drove back past the ranger station, I saw someone standing in the parking lot. I slowed down. It was Derek, just standing there, watching us pass, still smiling. We drove past our campsite. The road continued beyond it for another mile, then ended in a loop. No other exit. We'd have to go back. Marcus stopped at the turnaround. I pulled up next to him. He rolled down his window. He said we could try hiking out, follow the highway on foot. It was maybe 15 miles to the next town. I said okay. We'd have to pack light. Water, food, first aid. We went back to camp to gather supplies. The three of them were waiting. Derek, Paul, and Jen. They were sitting in camping chairs around the fire pit. Not talking, just sitting. Marcus stopped his SUV far enough away that they couldn't reach us quickly. I parked the RV next to him. We stayed in our vehicles, watching them. After a few minutes, Jen stood up. She walked toward us slowly. Marcus locked his doors. I did the same. Jen stopped a few feet from the RV. She called my name through the window. She said we were making this difficult. She said the pressure was building. We needed to go below before the sound event. I didn't answer. Jen tilted her head. Her smile faltered for a second, and I saw something underneath. Something scared. Then the smile came back, harder than before. She said, "It's not a request anymore." Derek and Paul stood up. They walked toward us, not rushing, casual, like they were coming to chat. But something about their movements was wrong. Too synchronized, like puppets on strings. Marcus started his engine. He backed up and swung around, heading for the exit again. I followed. In my mirror, I saw the three of them watch us go. They didn't try to follow. We reached the fallen trees. Marcus got out with a small emergency axe from his trunk. He said he'd try to cut through the smaller branches, maybe make a gap we could squeeze through. I helped him. We worked for maybe 20 minutes. The branches were thick and fresh. They didn't cut easily. We managed to clear a small opening, barely wide enough to crawl through. Marcus went first. He got stuck halfway, his jacket catching on broken branches. I helped push him through. He fell on the other side and stood up. He reached back through to help me. That's when I heard the sound. It came from everywhere and nowhere. A low vibration that I felt in my chest more than heard. It lasted maybe 10 seconds, building in intensity, then cut off abruptly. Marcus was staring back toward the campground. His face had gone white. He said we needed to move. Now. I squeezed through the gap. The branches tore at my jacket and scraped my arms. Marcus pulled me through. We started running down the highway. We ran for maybe half a mile before we had to stop. Both of us were gasping. I looked back. The forest behind us looked normal. Trees, sky, road. Nothing moving. Marcus said we should keep moving. We walked fast, not quite running. The highway was empty. No cars, no sign of anyone. After another mile, we came to a turnoff. A dirt road leading into the forest. There was a sign, but the letters were too faded to read. Marcus's phone beeped. He checked it. He had 1 bar of service. He tried calling 911. The call wouldn't connect. He tried texting. The message failed to send. We kept walking. The sun was getting low. We'd been walking for maybe 2 hours. The next town should have been close, but we hadn't seen any buildings or signs of civilization. Then we saw the RV. My RV. Parked on the side of the road ahead of us. Impossible. We'd left it at the campground. But there it was. Marcus said we were going in circles. I said that didn't make sense. We'd been walking in a straight line. He said maybe the pressure Derek mentioned did something to space. Bent it. Made us loop back. I walked up to the RV. The door was locked. I still had my keys. I unlocked it and looked inside. Everything was where I'd left it. My tablet on the table. My jacket on the chair. But there was something new on the table. A folder. The same folder Derek had found in the underground room. The one with the handwritten logs. Marcus came up behind me. He saw the folder and said we should leave it. I opened it anyway. There were new entries, written in the same neat handwriting as the old ones. But these were dated today. Times and observations from this morning. 0630, Group departs camp. 0947, discovery made. Hatch opened. 1134, first descent. 2 subjects. 1301, second descent. 1 subject. 1445, pressure reading 8.4, sound event imminent. The entries continued. The last one was timed 5 minutes ago. 1712, 2 subjects fleeing. Recommend retrieval, pressure critical. Marcus grabbed the folder and threw it out of the RV. He said we needed to destroy it, burn it. I said that wouldn't change anything. He picked up the folder from the dirt and tore out the pages. He ripped them into pieces and scattered them. He said there, "It's done." I looked at the pieces of paper on the ground. The ink was already fading. The paper was turning brown at the edges, aging rapidly. Within seconds, The pieces crumbled into dust. Marcus stared at the dust. He said we were dreaming. This was a nightmare. We'd wake up in our tents and laugh about it. But we didn't wake up. I heard a vehicle approaching. We both turned. An SUV was coming down the highway from the direction we'd been walking. It was Marcus's SUV, empty, driving itself. It slowed and stopped next to us. The engine shut off. The doors unlocked with a click. Marcus walked up to it slowly. He opened the driver's door and looked inside. Everything was normal. His coffee cup in the holder. His sunglasses on the dash. He got in and checked the ignition. The keys were there. He said we should take both vehicles, drive out together, one of us in each. That way, if something happened, the other could keep going. I agreed. I got in the RV. Marcus got in his SUV. We started the engines and drove. We made it maybe 10 miles. The road was straight, the forest on both sides unchanging. Then I saw something ahead. The campground entrance. I stopped. Marcus stopped next to me. He got out and walked to my window. He said this wasn't possible. We'd been driving away from it. I said I knew. He said we should try again. Take a different road. I reminded him there were no other roads. He said then we'd drive off-road, through the forest. Something. We turned around and drove back the way we'd come. After about 5 miles, we came to a crossroads. I didn't remember passing a crossroads. Marcus stopped and looked at a map on his phone. He said the crossroads wasn't on the map. I said we should take it anyway. We turned right. The new road was narrower, more rutted. We drove for about 20 minutes. The road curved, and suddenly we were approaching the campground entrance again, from a different direction but definitely the same place. Marcus stopped his SUV in the middle of the road. I pulled up next to him. He wasn't moving, just sitting there, hands on the steering wheel, staring forward. I got out and walked to his window. I knocked. He didn't respond. I opened his door. He turned to look at me. His eyes were red. He said we weren't getting out. He said the pressure must be everywhere now, bending space in every direction, leading us back. I said there had to be a way. He said there wasn't. He said Derek tried to tell us. Below was the only safe place now. During a sound event, you had to be below. I said I wasn't going down there. He said we might not have a choice. We drove back to camp. The sun was setting. Derek, Paul, and Jen were still sitting by the fire pit. They stood up when we arrived. They walked toward us. Marcus got out of his SUV. I stayed in the RV with the doors locked. I watched through the windshield. Derek spoke to Marcus. I couldn't hear what he said, but Marcus shook his head. Derek pointed toward the forest. Marcus shook his head again. Derek's smile faded. He grabbed Marcus's arm. Marcus tried to pull away. Paul and Jen moved in and grabbed Marcus's other arm. I should have helped. I should have done something. But I didn't. I sat in the RV and watched them drag Marcus toward the trees. He fought. He screamed. They were stronger. Or maybe he was weaker. They pulled him into the forest and disappeared. I sat alone in the RV. Night fell. I didn't turn on any lights. I watched the darkness outside and waited. Around midnight, the sound came again. Louder this time. The RV shook. Windows rattled. The vibration was so intense I felt my teeth buzzing. It lasted maybe 30 seconds. When it stopped, I heard footsteps outside. Someone climbed the steps to my door. A knock. Olivia. Marcus's voice. Open the door. I didn't answer. Olivia, you need to come down. The next sound event will be worse. You won't survive it up here. I looked out the window. 4 shapes stood outside. Marcus had joined them. His voice came again. There's something in the logs about you. Something about your family. You need to see. I didn't move. Your father worked here. Did you know that? 1986 to 1991. He was part of the project. His name is in the logs. He knew what would happen. That's why he left you. That's why... I covered my ears. I didn't want to hear this. My father had left when I was 8. He'd never explained why. I'd spent years wondering if it was my fault. The voice continued, muffled through my hands. I uncovered my ears. In your blood, Olivia. The pressure. It's hereditary. You're special. You could survive below better than any of us. You need to see. I closed my eyes. I thought about my father. The last time I'd seen him, he'd been packing a bag. He'd told me he had to go away for work. He'd be back soon. He never came back. Was this place where he'd gone? Had he worked in those underground rooms? What had they been doing down there? The knocking continued. Marcus's voice, patient and calm. We'll wait, Olivia. We have all the time we need, but the next sound event is in 3 hours. You should come down before then. I spent the next 2 hours sitting at the table trying to think. There had to be a way out. If I waited until just before dawn when they might be less alert, maybe I could make a run for it. Get to the highway and keep walking. Even if the road looped back, maybe eventually the loop would break. Or maybe I could hide. There had to be places in the forest they didn't know about. But I knew I was lying to myself. They'd found us every time we tried to leave. The pressure, or whatever it was, bent space around this place. There was no leaving. The only question was how long I could hold out before the sound events destroyed me or drove me insane. At 2 a.m, I heard movement outside. They were leaving. I watched them walk back toward the forest, all 5 of them moving together. I waited 30 minutes, then got out of the RV. The camp was silent. I walked to the tree line and listened. Nothing. I could leave now, try one more time. Or I could stay here and wait for the next sound event. Or I could go down. I walked through the forest. I found the hatch easily, like it wanted to be found. The opening was dark. I stood at the edge and looked down. I thought about my father. I thought about the logs mentioning me. I thought about spending the rest of my life running in circles, always ending up back here. I climbed down. The concrete room was empty. The second hatch was open. I descended the stairs. At the bottom was a corridor. Doors on both sides. At the end of the corridor was another stairway going deeper. I followed it down. 3 levels below the surface, I found them. They were in a large room with concrete walls and a low ceiling. Equipment lined the walls, old and rusted. In the center was a circular depression in the floor, maybe 20 feet across. It looked like a pool, but it was empty. They were standing around the edge, all 5 of them. When I entered, they turned and smiled. Derek said, "You came." Paul said, "We knew you would." Jen said, "It's in your blood." Marcus said, "Your father understood. You will too." I asked what this place was. Derek walked to a control panel on the wall. He said it was a listening post. They'd been trying to detect something, a signal from below, deep below, in the earth. They'd found it in 1983. A vibration, a pulse. It came every few years, getting stronger each time. They'd built this facility to study it, to understand it. But understanding wasn't enough. The pressure built up. Space distorted. Reality bent. The only safe place during a sound event was down here in the depression, below the threshold. My father had been part of the team. He'd worked here for 5 years. Then something had happened. An incident. He'd fled. Abandoned the project. Abandoned his family. Because he'd seen what happened to people who stayed too long. He'd seen them change. I asked what had changed them. Marcus pointed at the depression in the floor. He said, "Go down there during a sound event and you'll feel it. The pressure, it pushes into you, changes you from the inside, opens you up." I asked what it opened them up to. None of them answered. They just smiled. I heard something then. A vibration, faint, but building. The next sound event was starting. Derek said I should get in the depression. It was the only safe place. I'd see. I'd understand. The vibration grew louder. The walls began to shake. Dust fell from the ceiling. The pressure built in my chest, like something was pushing on my lungs. I walked to the edge of the depression and looked down. It was about 15 feet deep, the bottom smooth concrete. The 5 of them watched me, waiting. The sound was almost unbearable now. I felt like my skull was going to split open. I climbed down into the depression. The moment my feet touched the bottom, the pressure changed. It stopped pushing on me and started pulling, like something below the concrete was trying to drag me down through it. I fell to my knees. The sound peaked. My vision went white. The pulling sensation intensified until I felt like I was being turned inside out. And then something pushed into me. Not physical. Something else. Information, maybe. Or consciousness. I don't have words for it. I saw things. Memories that weren't mine. My father standing in this same depression, experiencing the same thing. The terror on his face. The moment he understood what was happening. The moment he chose to run. And I saw deeper. Below the concrete. Below the rock and soil. Something vast and old and aware. Sleeping, but not quite. Dreaming, and its dreams leaked upward. The pressure was its breath. The sound events were it turning in its sleep. And when it woke, the sound stopped. The pulling sensation released. I was lying on the concrete at the bottom of the depression, gasping. I heard applause. They were clapping. All 5 of them standing at the edge, looking down at me, smiling. Marcus said, "You see now." I did see. I saw what they'd become. The pressure had opened them up, and something had filled the space. Not the thing below. That was too vast. But pieces of it. Fragments of its dream. They were still themselves, but there was something else in there too. Wearing them. Using them. And now it was in me. I could feel it. A presence in the back of my mind. Whispering. Not words. Concepts. Imperatives. Stay below. Bring others. Prepare for the waking. I climbed out of the depression. They were waiting. Derek put a hand on my shoulder. He said I was family now. Paul said we had work to do. Jen said more would come. They always did. The pressure bent space. It brought people here. Marcus said I should rest. Get my strength back. The next sound event would be in 6 hours. We'd need to be ready. They led me to a side room. There was a cot and a blanket. They left me alone. The door didn't lock. I could leave any time I wanted, but I didn't want to. The presence in my mind was comfortable, warm. It showed me things, futures, possibilities. The thing below waking, rising, the world changing. It showed me my father's future too, where he'd gone after leaving, the ways he'd tried to forget, the drink, the pills, the final decision in a motel room in Nevada. He'd chosen to die rather than stay. I understood why, but I also understood it hadn't mattered. The presence had been in him. It had passed to me through blood. I'd always been marked for this place. Always been coming here. I slept. When I woke, someone was shaking my shoulder. It was Marcus. He said we had visitors. New campers had arrived at the entrance, a family, parents and 2 kids. He said I should go up and greet them. I was new. I still seemed normal. They'd trust me. I said okay. I walked up through the levels, back through the concrete room, up the ladder, into the forest. It was midday. Sunlight filtered through the trees. I walked back to camp. The RV was still there. Marcus's SUV, the tents, everything looked normal, peaceful. I walked to the entrance. A motorhome was parked by the ranger station. A man was reading the note on the door. A woman and 2 kids were looking at a map. The man saw me and waved. He asked if I worked here. I said no, I was just camping. He asked if it was a good spot. Quiet? Safe? I said yes. Very quiet. Very safe. I said they should take the sites at the far end. Best views. Away from the other campers. He thanked me. They drove past. I watched them go. I should have warned them. I should have told them to leave. But the presence in my mind whispered that it would be okay. They'd understand soon. Everyone would understand, once the waking came. I walked back to the hatch. I climbed down. The others were waiting. They asked if it went well. I said yes. New ones were coming. Derek said good. We needed more. The next sound event would be bigger. We needed to be strong. I asked how long until the waking. Marcus said soon. Maybe weeks, maybe months. But definitely soon. The pressure was building faster now. The sound events were closer together. When it woke, we would be the first, the chosen ones. We'd help it rise. We'd help it spread. I asked what happened after that. None of them answered. They just smiled. I'm writing this on a piece of paper I found in one of the rooms. I don't know if anyone will read it. I don't know if I'll even remember writing it by the time I finish. The presence is getting stronger. It's harder to think my own thoughts. Harder to remember who I was. My name is Olivia Price. I came here on September 14th, 2023. I went down into the hatch. Something changed me. If you're reading this, you're probably at the campground. You probably found the hatch. You're probably thinking about going down. Don't. Or do. It doesn't matter. The pressure bends space. This place pulls people in. You're already here because you were always meant to be here. My father tried to run. It didn't work. I tried to run. It didn't work. Below is the only safe place now. I can feel the next sound event starting. The vibration in my chest. The pulling sensation. We're going down to the depression. All of us. The new family, too. They came down last night. They understand now. I think this is the big one. The waking. If you find this, I'm sorry. I should have done more to stop it, but the presence is so strong now, so warm. It loves us. It wants us to be part of it. We're going down now. Into the depression. Into the embrace. My name is Olivia Price. I was a data analyst. I had a life. I was someone. I don't remember what that feels like anymore. We're going down. The paper was found in 2024 by a Forest Service crew investigating reports of abandoned vehicles at Fish Lake National Forest. The campground had been closed since 2019 due to budget cuts. The vehicles mentioned in the document were found, but no bodies were recovered. A search of the area revealed no underground structures. The coordinates provided in the crew's report correspond to a section of forest with no history of federal installations or geological anomalies. The case remains open but inactive. My name is Tyler Brooks. Last October, my friends and I found a ranger station deep in the Frank Church wilderness that wasn't supposed to be there. The worst part? Someone was still inside. I need to write this down while I still can. While I still remember things the way they actually happened before my mind starts filling in gaps or smoothing over the rough edges. That's what trauma does, right? It either sharpens everything into hyper-clarity, or it blurs it all into a manageable fog. I don't know which one I'm hoping for anymore. We left Boise on a Thursday morning, October 12th. Me, Marcus, Jen, and Alex. 4 friends, 1 rented RV, 2 weeks of vacation time we'd been planning since spring. The idea was simple. Disconnect, decompress, maybe do some hiking. Marcus had been talking about the Salmon River area for months. He was the outdoor guy in our group, always showing us photos of trails and campsites, boring us with gear talk at happy hours. The rest of us were more casual about it. Jen worked in tech and hadn't taken real time off in 18 months. Alex taught high school English and needed a break from teenagers. Me, I was a year out from my divorce and my therapist kept suggesting I reconnect with nature or some shit like that. So here we were, adults in our 30s pretending we were still capable of adventure. The RV was bigger than I expected. Marcus insisted on the upgrade, something with a full kitchen and a bathroom that didn't feel like an airplane toilet. We split the cost 4 ways and it still hurt, but whatever. The plan was to stay at an established RV site near the Frank Church wilderness for a few days, then maybe move to different spots along the Salmon River. The drive up was fine. Normal. Marcus drove the first shift while the rest of us settled in, figuring out where everything was stored, arguing about the radio. Jen claimed the bed over the cab. Alex and I took the convertible dinette and couch. Marcus said he'd sleep in the back bedroom since he was the one who'd done all the planning anyway. We stopped for lunch in Stanley, a tiny town that seemed to exist purely for tourists heading to the mountains. The kind of place with 1 good restaurant, a gas station, and a fly fishing shop. Marcus loaded up on supplies we didn't need. Extra batteries, a better first aid kit, some kind of water purification system. We're staying at an RV park with full hookups, Jen said. We're not exactly roughing it. Better to have it and not need it, Marcus replied, which was basically his life motto. We reached the RV site around 4 in the afternoon. It was called Cottonwood Springs, though I didn't see much in the way of springs or cottonwoods. Just a gravel lot with electrical hookups and a single bathroom building that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. There were only 3 other RVs in the entire place, all of them clustered near the entrance like they were seeking safety in numbers. We pulled into a spot at the far end, Marcus backing the RV in with surprising competence. The site gave us a view of the forest, dense pine and fir trees stretching up into the hills. Behind us, the Salmon River was close enough to hear, but not to see through the vegetation. This is perfect, Marcus said, killing the engine. Look at this. Middle of nowhere. There's no cell service, Alex said, staring at their phone. That's the point, Marcus said. The first evening was normal. We set up our site, figured out the electrical hookup, started a fire in the metal ring. Jen made pasta in the RV's tiny kitchen while the rest of us sat outside with beers. It was cold, proper mountain cold, but the fire helped. Other than the 3 distant RVs, we saw no one. No rangers came by to check on us. No one walked past on the way to the bathroom. Kinda dead here, I said. It's off-season, Marcus explained. Most people come in summer or early fall. We're catching the tail end. We ate dinner outside, bundled in jackets, and then retreated into the RV when the temperature dropped further. Marcus found a deck of cards, and we played poker with M&Ms as chips until Jen fell asleep mid-hand. Alex and I gave up around 11. Marcus stayed up reading some hiking book by headlamp. I slept fine that first night. The RV was warm and the bed was comfortable enough. No dreams I could remember. Friday morning, Marcus had a plan. Of course he did. There's a trail about 3 miles up the road, he said over coffee. Goes up into the hills, follows a creek. Should be an easy day hike, maybe 6 or 7 miles round trip. I didn't come here to hike, Jen said. Then stay here and read, Marcus said. But we drove 6 hours to be in the mountains. Seems like a waste to just sit in a parking lot. Alex and I exchanged looks. The thing about Marcus was that he was usually right and he knew it, which made him insufferable about 50% of the time. I'll go, I said. Might be nice. Alex shrugged. Sure, why not? Jen held out for another 10 minutes before agreeing, mostly because she didn't want to be left alone at the RV site. We packed light, just water, some snacks, a basic first aid kit that Marcus insisted on. We drove the 3 miles to the trailhead in the RV, which felt ridiculous but was easier than trying to walk along the narrow road. The trailhead was empty, just a small gravel pullout with a weathered sign pointing into the trees. The sign said Creek Trail and listed a distance of 2 miles to overlook. Someone had graffitied a dick onto the sign, real classy. We started hiking around 10 in the morning. The trail was well maintained at first, clear and wide, marked with occasional blue blazes on the trees. The forest was quiet except for the sound of the creek to our left, running cold and fast over rocks. Marcus led because of course he did. Then Jen, then me, with Alex bringing up the rear. For the first hour it was actually pleasant. The kind of thing my therapist probably had in mind. Trees, fresh air, moderate exercise. My mind wandered to normal things. Work emails I'd have when we got back, whether I needed to change the oil in my car, what I'd make for dinner next week. Then the trail started to climb and my legs remembered I wasn't 25 anymore. How much further? Jen asked. Marcus checked his watch, which had GPS even though his phone didn't work out here. Maybe another 1.5 miles to the overlook. We kept going. The trees got denser, the trail narrower. The blazes were fewer and further between. At one point, Alex stopped and pointed. Is that the trail? They were indicating a fork we'd almost passed, an unmarked path branching off to the right. Marcus consulted his phone's saved map. No, we go straight. That's probably just a game trail or something. We continued on the main trail for another 20 minutes. That's when things started feeling off. though I couldn't have told you why at the time. Maybe it was how quiet it had gotten. No birds, no wind, just our footsteps and breathing. Or maybe it was the way the light filtered through the trees, creating shadows that seemed too dark, too solid. "This doesn't look right," Jen said, stopping. Marcus turned around, annoyed. "What do you mean?" "I mean the trail, it's not on your map anymore." Marcus looked at his watch, frowned, tapped the screen. "GPS is glitching. Must be the tree cover." "Or we took a wrong turn," I said. "We didn't take a wrong turn. There haven't been any turns." But Jen was right. The trail had narrowed to barely a footpath, and the blazes had disappeared entirely. The forest around us looked older, the trees thicker, the undergrowth denser. "We should head back," Alex said quietly. "It's fine," Marcus insisted. "The overlook has to be close. We've hiked almost 3 miles. "According to a GPS that's currently not working," Jen pointed out. They argued for a few minutes while I looked around. Something caught my eye through the trees, a straight line where there shouldn't be one. Nature doesn't do straight lines. I walked off the trail, pushing through some bushes. "Tyler, where are you going?" Marcus called. "There's something here." I emerged into a small clearing and stopped. In front of me stood a building. It was a ranger station, or at least it looked like one. Small, maybe 20 by 30 feet, built from weathered logs that had gone gray with age. A peaked roof covered in old shingles, some of them missing. 2 windows flanking a central door, both windows dark. A covered porch ran along the front, and on the porch sat 2 rocking chairs. The others crashed through the bushes behind me. "What the hell?" Marcus said. The building looked old but not abandoned in the usual way. The windows were intact. The door was closed, not hanging open. The porch wasn't collapsed. It looked like someone might have used it recently, even though everything about it suggested decades of neglect. "That's not on the map," Marcus said, checking his watch again. "There's no structure marked anywhere near here." "Maybe it's too old," Jen suggested. "If it predates digital mapping." "The map shows old structures," Marcus interrupted. "Abandoned mines, cabins, everything. This isn't on it." Alex walked closer, stopping at the edge of the porch. "The door's not locked." They were right. The door hung slightly ajar, maybe an inch, just enough to show darkness inside. "We should check it out," Marcus said, already moving forward. "Why?" Jen asked. "It's clearly abandoned. Let's just head back." "Because it's weird. Don't you think it's weird? A whole ranger station that's not on any map?" "That's exactly why we should leave it alone," I said. But Marcus was already climbing the porch steps. The wood didn't creak. That struck me as odd immediately. Old wood always creaks. These boards were silent under his weight, as if they'd been too worn down to remember how to make noise. Marcus pushed the door open wider. "Hello? Anyone here?" No response. He pulled out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and stepped inside. The rest of us followed because, well, what else were we going to do? The interior was a single large room. At one end stood a desk, and behind it, filing cabinets. At the other end was a small kitchen area, a sink, a counter, a 2-burner stove that probably ran on propane. In between was a wooden table with 4 chairs. Everything was covered in dust, but not as much as you'd expect. More like weeks of neglect rather than years. The weirdest part was how intact everything was. Papers sat in neat stacks on the desk. Coffee mugs rested on the counter, one of them still half full with liquid so old it had gone solid. A calendar hung on the wall, showing August 2003. 20 years old, Alex said, looking at the calendar. But this place doesn't look 20 years abandoned. Marcus was rifling through the papers on the desk. "These are all ranger logs, trail conditions, weather reports, visitor contacts. Last entry is..." He squinted at a page. "August 19th, 2003. "What happened on August 19th, 2003? Jen asked. Marcus scanned the entry. Ranger P. Morrison reporting unusual trail closures. Multiple hikers report disorientation on Creek Trail. Recommend closure pending investigation. Then it just stops. "Creek Trail," I said. "That's what we're on." We're on, Jen corrected. We're clearly not on it anymore. I wandered to the filing cabinets, pulled open a drawer. It was full of folders, all labeled with dates and names. I pulled one out at random. May 1998. Inside were handwritten notes about wildlife sightings, maintenance schedules, routine stuff. I pulled out another. July 2001. More of the same. Look at this, Alex said from the corner. They'd found a corkboard covered in yellowed papers. Pinned to it were notices, memos, and one large map of the area. Alex pointed to a spot marked with a red X. That's where we are, or close to it. Marcus came over, studied the map. There's nothing marking a ranger station here. So someone built it off the books? Jen suggested. Why would anyone do that? None of us had an answer. We stood in the dusty room, 4 people who were increasingly aware that we'd stumbled onto something that didn't make sense. That's when we heard it, a sound from outside. Footsteps on the porch. We all froze. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, moving from one end of the porch to the other. They stopped directly in front of the door. Through the crack, I could see a shadow, human-shaped, blocking the light. "Hello?" Marcus called out. The shadow didn't move, didn't respond, just stood there, perfectly still. Marcus walked to the door, grabbed the handle and pulled it open. Nothing. The porch was empty. The forest beyond was silent. "I heard it," Jen said. We all heard it. "Wind?" Alex suggested, but their voice was uncertain. "There's no wind," I said. We stood there for a long moment, staring at the empty porch. Then Marcus shook his head, trying to dispel whatever unease had settled over us. "Let's take some photos and get out of here. I want to look into this when we get back." We spent a few more minutes documenting the place. Marcus photographed the logs, the calendar, the map. Jen checked the cabinets, but found nothing interesting. Alex and I stepped back outside, neither of us wanting to be in that building any longer than necessary. "This feels wrong," Alex said quietly once we were on the porch. "Yeah. I mean really wrong. Like we're not supposed to be here." I looked at them. Alex wasn't the type to speak up often, but when they did, it was usually worth listening to. "You want to head back?" "I wanted to head back 20 minutes ago." Marcus and Jen emerged from the building. Marcus was still studying something on his phone, frowning. "The GPS is completely dead now," he said, "not even registering satellites." "Great," Jen muttered. "So how do we get back?" "We retrace our steps. It's not complicated. We just follow our tracks back to the main trail." Except it was complicated because when we looked behind us toward where we'd entered the clearing, we couldn't see our tracks. The undergrowth showed no signs of being disturbed. It was as if we'd appeared in the clearing by magic rather than walking through the forest. "That's impossible," Jen said. "We literally just came through there." Marcus walked to the tree line, searching for any sign of our passage. "Maybe we came from a different direction." "We didn't," I said. "It was there, right there." We spent 15 minutes circling the clearing, looking for the way we'd come in. Nothing. Every direction looked the same. Dense forest, no obvious trails, no marks to indicate passage. "Okay," Marcus said finally. "This is officially weird, but let's not panic. We know we came from the east, so we head east." "How do you know which way is east without GPS?" Jen asked. Marcus pointed at the sun, barely visible through the canopy. "It's past noon, so that's west. East is behind us." "You mean the direction where the ranger station is," I said. "Away from the ranger station," Marcus corrected. "East, away from the station." We started walking. Marcus led, using the sun when he could see it, guessing when he couldn't. We walked for 30 minutes, then an hour. The forest didn't change. We found no trail, no creek, nothing that looked familiar. "We should have hit the trail by now," Jen said. "We weren't that far off it." "Unless we're going in circles," Alex suggested. "We're not going in circles. I'm watching our direction." But I was starting to wonder if Alex was right. The trees all looked the same. Had we passed that fallen log before? That distinctive rock formation? I couldn't be sure. Another hour passed. The sun was getting lower, the forest darker. My legs ached, and my water bottle was nearly empty. "Stop," I said. "We need to stop and think." Marcus turned around, his face flushed with exertion and frustration. "Think about what?" "We keep going east until we hit something recognizable. We've been walking for 2 hours and seen nothing. No trail, no creek, no road. Does that seem right to you?" "What are you suggesting?" "I'm suggesting we're lost." The word hung between us. Lost. None of us wanted to admit it, but there it was. "We should go back to the ranger station," Alex said. "At least we know where that is." "How?" Jen asked. "We don't know which direction it's in." "We do, though," Alex said, pointing behind us. "It's west. We've been walking east, so it's directly behind us." Marcus shook his head. "If we go back there, we'll still be lost. At least this way we're trying to find the trail." "And if we don't find it before dark?" I asked. That shut him up. The truth was, we had maybe 3 hours of daylight left, and we were thoroughly disoriented. Going back to the ranger station at least gave us shelter for the night. We argued for a few more minutes, but eventually Marcus gave in. We turned around and started walking west, or what we hoped was west. The sun was less helpful now, obscured by clouds that had rolled in while we weren't paying attention. We walked for what felt like ages. My watch said 40 minutes, but time had stopped feeling reliable. When we finally stumbled back into the clearing, I felt both relief and dread. The ranger station stood exactly as we'd left it. Door still open, porch still empty. "At least we found something," Marcus said, trying to sound optimistic. We climbed back onto the porch. The sun was definitely setting now, the clearing filling with long shadows. No one suggested going further today. We were tired, confused, and needed to regroup. Inside, we found a propane lantern and got it working. The light helped, pushing back some of the unease. Marcus distributed the last of our water and the snacks we'd brought, granola bars and some trail mix. Not a proper dinner, but it would have to do. "First thing tomorrow," Marcus said. "We follow the sun due east. Don't deviate, don't second guess. Straight east until we hit the road or the creek or something." "And if we don't?" Jen asked. "We will." I wasn't so sure, but I didn't argue. We arranged ourselves around the room for sleep. The floor was hard and dusty, but we were too exhausted to care. Marcus took the first watch, sitting by one of the windows with his phone flashlight. The rest of us tried to sleep. I drifted in and out, never quite achieving real rest. Every creak of the building jerked me awake. The wind had picked up, making sounds against the walls. Or at least, I thought it was the wind. Around what must have been 2 or 3 in the morning, I heard Marcus swear softly. I sat up. "What is it?" He was at the window looking out into the darkness. I thought I saw someone. Where? By the tree line. Just for a second. But it's too dark to be sure. I joined him at the window. The clearing was barely visible, just a slightly lighter shade of black than the surrounding forest. I stared for a long time, seeing nothing. "Probably an animal," I said. "Maybe." But he didn't sound convinced, and neither was I. Morning came slowly, gray light filtering through the windows. We were all awake by 6, stiff and sore from sleeping on the hard floor. No one had slept well. Alex looked particularly haggard, dark circles under their eyes. "Bad dreams?" I asked. "I kept hearing voices," they said, like people talking just outside. But when I'd wake up, there was nothing. Jen had heard them too. So had I, though I'd convinced myself it was just the wind or my imagination. Only Marcus claimed he'd heard nothing, but he'd been on watch most of the night. We went outside. The morning was cold and misty, the kind of mountain morning that feels more like evening. The clearing looked different in daylight, smaller somehow, more confined. The trees seemed closer. "Everyone ready?" Marcus asked. He was trying to sound confident, but I could hear the strain in his voice. We set out, Marcus checking the sun's position and leading us east. This time, we all paid close attention to our surroundings, looking for any landmarks or features. We marked trees as we passed, using rocks to scratch arrows into the bark. An hour passed, then 2. The forest remained unchanging, identical in every direction. My sense of unease grew with each step. That's when Jen noticed. "We're back." "What?" She pointed at a tree. On its trunk was an arrow scratched into the bark. "That's one of our marks. We're back where we started." "That's impossible," Marcus said. "We've been walking in a straight line." But there was the mark, undeniable. And as we looked around, we saw others, arrows pointing east away from where we now stood. "How is this happening?" Jen's voice was rising, panic creeping in. "How are we going in circles when we're walking straight?" None of us had an answer. We stood in the forest, surrounded by our own trail markers, evidence of our complete failure to escape. Alex spoke quietly. "Something's wrong here. Really wrong. This isn't normal disorientation." "What are you saying?" Marcus demanded. "That the forest is magic? That we're trapped by, what, ghosts?" "I'm saying something is wrong and we need to accept that." We made our way back to the ranger station again. We didn't need to navigate. Our marked trees led us straight there, a perfect circle back to the clearing. Inside, we sat around the table, no one speaking for a long time. Finally, Marcus pulled out his phone. "There's no signal, but I'm going to write down everything we know. Facts only." He started typing. We'd arrived Thursday, hiked Friday morning, found the station around noon, got lost trying to leave. Multiple attempts to head east had brought us back. Time, Saturday morning, roughly 10 a.m. "We're missing for how long?" Jen asked. "Not missing yet," Marcus said. "We told everyone we'd be gone 2 weeks. No one will look for us for days." That sat heavy in the room. Days before anyone would even start to worry. Days alone in this clearing, unable to leave. "We should explore the station more thoroughly," I suggested. "Maybe there's something that explains this. Radio equipment, ranger logs, anything." We split up the search. Marcus and Jen took the desk and filing cabinets. Alex and I searched the kitchen and storage areas. At first, we found nothing unusual. More logs, old supplies, everything coated in that strange, not quite abandoned dust. Then Alex called out, "Tyler, come here." They were in a corner I'd missed where a tarp covered something bulky. Alex had pulled back part of the tarp, revealing what looked like radio equipment, old transmitter and receiver setup. "Does it work?" I asked. Alex flipped a switch. Nothing happened. They checked connections, finding a battery pack that was long dead. "Even if we had power, I don't know how to use this. It's ancient." Marcus and Jen joined us. Marcus immediately started examining the equipment, poking at dials and buttons. "This is military surplus," we said. "Probably from the 80s. If we could get power to it." "How?" Jen interrupted. "There's no electricity here. The stove runs on propane. Maybe there's a generator somewhere." We searched the building again, this time looking for power sources. We found nothing inside, but behind the station, half hidden under a lean-to structure, sat a portable generator. It was old, covered in rust, but when Marcus checked the fuel tank, it was half full. "This might work," he said. It took us 30 minutes to get the generator started and another 20 to connect it to the radio equipment. When Marcus finally flipped the switch, the radio crackled to life, filling the station with static. "Yes." Marcus started adjusting frequencies, scanning through channels. Static, static, static. Then, faintly, a voice. "Anyone copy? This is Ranger Morrison, Station 12. Does anyone copy?" We all froze. Marcus grabbed the microphone. "Hello? This is Marcus Webb. We're at a ranger station. We're lost. We need help. Over." Static. Then the voice again. Clearer now. "Station 12, repeat. You said you're lost? What's your location?" "We don't know," Marcus said. "We were hiking Creek Trail and found an old ranger station. We've been trying to leave but keep ending up back here. Can you send help?" Long pause. Static. Then, "Creek Trail closed in 2003. No ranger station on Creek Trail. Who is this? Marcus exchanged looks with us. My name is Marcus Webb. I'm here with 3 friends. We've been lost for 2 days. Please, we need help. Another pause, even longer. When the voice came back, it sounded different, strained. Who gave you access to this frequency? Access? No one. We found a radio and... This is a closed frequency. You need to identify yourself properly or disconnect immediately. I did identify myself. My name is Marcus Webb. I'm lost in Frank Church Wilderness and I need help. Static. Then the voice, now cold. There is no one by that name in our registry. Disconnect immediately. Wait, please. The radio went dead. Marcus tried every frequency, every channel. Nothing. Just static. What the hell was that? Jen asked. I don't know. But did you hear how they talked? Like we were the ones doing something wrong? We tried the radio several more times throughout the afternoon, but got nothing except static. The strange conversation played over and over in my mind. Station 12. Ranger Morrison. A closed frequency. None of it made sense. As the sun set again, we prepared for another night in the station. This time, we were more organized. We found old blankets in a storage closet that were musty but usable. We rationed our remaining snacks. We set up a watch schedule, 2 people at a time. Alex and I took the first shift, from sunset until midnight. We sat by the windows, watching the darkness deepen around the clearing. For the first hour, nothing happened. Then Alex touched my arm. Look, at the edge of the clearing, barely visible in the darkness, was a light. Not a flashlight, more like a lantern moving slowly through the trees. It would disappear behind trunks, reappear, moving in a pattern that made no sense. Not toward us, not away, just moving. Should we wake the others? Alex whispered. Let's watch it for a minute. The light continued its aimless wandering. Then, suddenly it stopped. It hung in the air perfectly still, aimed directly at the ranger station, aimed at us. I don't like this, Alex said. Neither did I. We sat frozen as the light stayed fixed on us. Minutes passed. Then it began to move again, but this time purposefully heading straight toward the station. I woke Marcus and Jen immediately. By the time they stumbled to the window, the light was halfway across the clearing. We could see it clearly now, definitely a lantern, old-fashioned, the kind with a flame inside, but we couldn't see who was carrying it. Who's there? Marcus called out. The light stopped. It swayed slightly, as if the person holding it was considering the question. Then it continued forward, reaching the edge of the porch. The steps creaked as something climbed them. We heard footsteps crossing the porch, slow and deliberate. They stopped at the door. A knock. 3 sharp raps. None of us moved. The knock came again, harder this time. What do we do? Jen whispered. We can't just not answer, Marcus said. But he made no move toward the door. A third knock, and this time a voice. Let me in. It was a man's voice, rough and tired. It reminded me of something, but I couldn't place it. Who are you? Marcus called through the door. Ranger Morrison. This is my station. Let me in. We looked at each other. Ranger Morrison. The name from the radio. The name from the logs that ended in 2003. Prove it, Marcus said. Silence, then. I don't need to prove anything. This is my station. The logs say this station was abandoned in 2003. The logs are wrong. Let me in. There was something off about the voice, something that made my skin crawl. It sounded right, but felt wrong, like someone doing an impression of a human voice, rather than actually being human. We're not opening the door, I said. The footsteps moved away, walking along the porch. The light appeared at the window. Through the glass, I could see the lantern clearly now, but the hand holding it was in shadow. The light moved to the next window, then back to the door. You're in my station, the voice said. You need to let me in. No, Marcus said firmly. The knocking started again, but this time it didn't stop. Knock after knock, rhythmic and insistent. It went on for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then, abruptly, It stopped. We waited, listening. Footsteps moved away across the porch, down the steps. The light retreated across the clearing and disappeared into the trees. None of us slept the rest of that night. Sunday morning came too bright, like the world was mocking our exhaustion and fear. We were all running on adrenaline now, snapping at each other over small things. The food was gone. Water was gone. We needed to get out today, or things would get serious fast. "We're trying something different," Marcus announced. "We're going to walk west." "Toward the station," Jen said. "That doesn't make sense." "Nothing makes sense. But we've tried east 3 times and ended up back here. Maybe the trick is to go the opposite direction." It was desperate logic, but we had nothing else. We set out west, into the forest opposite the clearing. For the first time, the trees felt different, older, darker, more oppressive. We walked for an hour in silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts. That's when Marcus stopped suddenly. "Do you hear that?" We listened. Running water. A creek. "The creek," Jen said. "We can follow it back to the trail." We hurried toward the sound, pushing through undergrowth that grabbed at our clothes. The creek appeared, cold, clear water running over rocks. We could see fish in it. Normal, real fish. "Which way?" Alex asked. Marcus studied the flow. "Downhill, downstream. It has to lead somewhere." We followed the creek. After 2 hours, exhausted and scraped from bushes, we emerged onto a trail. A real trail, with blazes and everything. "This is it," Marcus said. "This is Creek Trail. I recognize this section." We practically ran down the trail. It led us through familiar forest, past landmarks we remembered from Friday. When we finally reached the trailhead parking area, we stopped and stared. The RV was gone. "What the fuck?" Marcus said. The pullout where we'd parked was empty. No RV, no tire tracks, nothing. Just gravel and forest. "Someone stole it?" Jen suggested weakly. "Or we're at the wrong trailhead," I said, but we weren't. There was the same graffitied sign, the same configuration of trees. This was definitely where we'd parked 3 days ago. We walked the 3 miles back to Cottonwood Springs RV Park in a daze. When we arrived, we stopped at the entrance, confused. The other 3 RVs we'd seen were gone. The entire lot was empty except for one vehicle, a park ranger truck. A woman in a ranger uniform approached us. She looked concerned. "Can I help you folks?" "We're looking for our RV," Marcus said. "We parked here Thursday." The ranger frowned. "This facility closed for the season 2 weeks ago. There haven't been any RVs here since early October." "That's impossible," Jen said. "We were here. Thursday, October 12th. We rented a spot, parked our RV right there." She pointed to where we'd been. The ranger's expression shifted to something like pity. "Today is October 15th. If you were here Thursday, that was 3 days ago. But like I said, we've been closed. No one's been here." "3 days," I repeated. "We've been gone 3 days?" "We need to call someone," Marcus said, pulling out his phone. "The rental company, the police, someone. Our RV is missing." His phone showed signal now. Full bars. He dialed, spoke to someone, his voice rising as he tried to explain. The ranger watched us with growing concern, probably wondering if we were on drugs or having some kind of collective breakdown. A police officer arrived within 30 minutes, then another. We told our story, the hike, the ranger station, getting lost, the strange radio call, the figure on the porch. They listened with expressions that grew more skeptical with each detail. "We'll look into the missing vehicle," one officer said. "But I need to ask, have any of you been using substances? Mushrooms grow in these woods, and people sometimes pick them without knowing what they are." "We're not high," Marcus said. "Have you eaten anything unusual? Berries, plants?" "Nothing. We brought our own food." They asked us to describe the ranger station's location. We tried, but realized we couldn't. Somewhere off Creek Trail to the west, maybe 3 miles from the trailhead. It was all vague. The officers exchanged looks that said everything about what they thought of our story. They drove us to the nearest town, took statements, and started a search for the RV. We gave them the rental company information, our identification, everything. Then we waited. The RV turned up 6 hours later. It was parked at Cottonwood Springs, exactly where we'd left it. The ranger who'd found it looked confused. I checked this lot twice today. It wasn't here before. We went back with the police. The RV was locked, undisturbed. Inside, everything was exactly as we'd left it Thursday morning. Jen's book on the table, coffee cups in the sink, our beds unmade. So what's the problem? One officer asked. You parked it here, you left it here, it's still here. It wasn't here an hour ago, Marcus insisted. Maybe you were looking in the wrong spot. We couldn't explain it. The police made notes about possible confusion due to exhaustion and stress, suggested we get medical checkups, and left. The rental company was just happy the RV hadn't actually been stolen. That night we sat inside the RV, doors locked, trying to process what had happened. None of us could explain it. We checked our phones. It was October 15th, Sunday evening. We'd lost 3 days, but also hadn't because the RV showed no signs of being abandoned. The food we'd left out Thursday morning should have spoiled by now, but it was fine. We should leave, Jen said. Right now. Drive back to Boise and pretend this never happened. Marcus was looking at his phone, scrolling through something. The ranger station. I photographed it, remember? I photographed everything. He showed us his phone. The photos were there, the desk, the logs, the calendar, the radio equipment. Proof we hadn't hallucinated the whole thing. We need to go back, he said. Absolutely not, I said. We need to understand what happened. Something is out there and we need... No, Jen interrupted. We don't need anything except to leave. Now. Alex had been quiet, staring at their reflection in the RV's window. Now they spoke, their voice strange. We can't leave. What do you mean we can't leave? I asked. They turned to look at us, and something was wrong. Their eyes looked different, darker, or maybe it was just the lighting. We're not done here yet. Alex? Jen said. Are you okay? Alex smiled. It was wrong, completely wrong. Too wide, too knowing. I'm fine. Better than fine. But we need to go back. Marcus stood up. Back where? To the station. That's where we belong. The way they said belong made my skin crawl. I looked at Marcus and Jen, saw my own fear reflected in their faces. Alex, I said carefully, what happened to you out there? They tilted their head, still smiling that wrong smile. Nothing happened. I just finally understand. Understand what? Why we can't leave. Why we're not supposed to leave. Jen stood up slowly, edging toward the door. I think we need to get Alex to a hospital. Alex's expression changed, the smile dropping away into something cold. You can try to run, it won't matter. We all end up back there eventually, I did. You didn't go back, Marcus said. We've been together this whole time. Have we? Alex looked at each of us in turn. Are you sure? Are you really sure? And that's when I noticed. Alex's clothes were different. When we'd left the station, they'd been wearing a green jacket. Now it was gray, and their boots. Those weren't the ones they'd started the trip with. When did you change? I asked. I didn't. Your jacket, your boots, they're different. Alex looked down at themselves, then back up at us and smiled again. You're right. These aren't mine. They're P. Morrison's. He doesn't need them anymore. Marcus moved fast, grabbing his keys. We're leaving, all of us, now. But when he tried the door, it wouldn't open. The lock wouldn't turn. He tried the other door, the emergency window, everything. The RV had become a sealed box. Alex laughed. It sounded like wind through dead trees. I told you, we're not done yet. We spent that night trapped in the RV watching Alex, or whatever Alex had become. They sat perfectly still in one chair, not moving, barely breathing, just watching us with those wrong eyes. None of us slept. We couldn't. The sun rose Monday morning. The doors opened on their own. Time to go, Alex said, standing up. They walked out of the RV. Marcus tried to stop them, but the moment he touched Alex's arm, he jerked back like he'd been shocked. "Don't touch me," Alex said. "Not anymore." They started walking into the forest. We followed because what else could we do? Leave Alex alone. Call the police and explain that our friend was possessed or replaced or whatever had happened. Alex led us through the trees with perfect confidence, never hesitating. After an hour, we emerged into the clearing. The ranger station stood waiting. "No," Jen said, backing away. "I'm not going in there." "You don't have a choice," Alex said. The door swung open by itself. Inside, everything looked the same as we'd left it. The radio equipment, the logs, the dust. But now there was someone sitting at the desk. He was an old man, or he had been once. Now he was something else. Something that wore a ranger uniform that had gone gray with age. He looked up at us and smiled. "Welcome back," he said. His voice was the one from the radio, the one from the porch. "I've been waiting." Marcus tried to run, but the door slammed shut behind us. We were trapped. The old man stood up. His movements were wrong, jerky, like a puppet with tangled strings. "You found my station. That means you belong here now. That's how it works." "How what works?" I asked, my voice shaking. "The station. It needs rangers. It always needs more rangers." He gestured at Alex, who had moved to stand beside him. "Your friend understands now. They came back during the night. They're mine now." "That's not Alex," Jen said. "It is. Just improved." The old man walked closer to us. With each step, he seemed to become less solid, more like a shadow. "You'll all be improved soon. You'll understand. You'll want to stay." Marcus grabbed my arm. "The radio. We need to use the radio." We ran for it, but the old man was faster than he looked. He appeared in front of us, blocking the way. "That won't help. No one answers anymore. No one except me," Jen screamed. I turned to see Alex touching her face, and where they touched, Jen's skin turned gray. She tried to pull away, but Alex held on, smiling that terrible smile. "It doesn't hurt," Alex said. "I promise. It's actually better. You'll see." I grabbed a chair and swung it at the old man. It passed through him like he wasn't there. He laughed, a sound like wind through a grave. Marcus and I ran for the door. It opened this time, and we stumbled out into the clearing. Behind us we could hear Jen screaming, then the screaming stopped, replaced by laughter. Wrong laughter. We ran into the forest. Behind us, footsteps followed. Alex and Jen moving fast, calling our names in voices that were almost right, but not quite. We ran until we couldn't run anymore, until our lungs burned and our legs gave out. We hid in a hollow beneath a fallen tree, pressing ourselves into the dark space, trying not to breathe too loud. The footsteps passed by, stopped, came back. "Tyler, Marcus?" It was Jen's voice, but wrong. "We just want to talk. Come out." We stayed silent. The footsteps moved away, but we knew they were still out there searching. Night fell. We waited in the hollow, not speaking. At some point, I must have dozed off despite myself. When I woke, Marcus was gone. I crawled out of the hollow, calling his name in a whisper. No response. I was alone. I wandered through the forest until dawn, looking for Marcus, looking for anything that made sense. Instead, I found the ranger station again. The clearing was empty. The building stood silent. I approached carefully. The door was open. Inside, I found them. Marcus sat at the desk writing in one of the logbooks. Jen stood by the radio. Alex was at the window. The old man was nowhere to be seen. They all turned to look at me as I entered. They all wore the same smile. "We've been waiting for you," Marcus said. "We're almost complete." "There's one more person who needs to come home," Jen added. I backed away, but the door was closed again. I didn't remember it closing. "You can't fight it," Alex said. "We all tried. We all failed. This is where we belong now. Where you belong." They moved toward me, reaching out. I pressed myself against the wall, looking for any way out. That's when I saw it. The radio. Still on. Still connected to the generator. I lunged for it, grabbed the microphone. This is Tyler Brooks. If anyone can hear me, we need help. Cottonwood Springs, Frank Church Wilderness, please, someone. Static. Then faintly, a voice. This is the ranger station receiving. What's your emergency? There's something wrong here. My friends are... Marcus grabbed the microphone from me. False alarm. Sorry. Everything's fine. He switched off the radio. The others surrounded me, their hands cold on my arms and face. The thing is, they were right. It doesn't hurt. It's actually better in a lot of ways. You don't feel hungry or tired or afraid anymore. You just feel right. Like you're where you're supposed to be. I'm writing this now from the ranger station. My handwriting looks different, I know. Gray pencil on gray paper. Marcus and Jen and Alex are here with me. We're waiting for the next group of hikers. They usually come in October. They always find us eventually. The station needs rangers. It always needs more rangers. If you're reading this, if you found this somehow, don't come to Cottonwood Springs. Don't look for Creek Trail. Don't try to find the ranger station that doesn't exist on any map. But you will, won't you? That's how it works. We'll be waiting when you do. Welcome home. My name is Michael Green. I'm 42 years old, work in IT, and I've never believed in anything I couldn't explain with logic. That changed 3 weeks ago at an RV park near Caddo Lake, Texas. I'd taken a week off to clear my head after the divorce was finalized. Sarah got the house, I got Cooper, my 5-year-old German Shepherd, and we both agreed that was fair. I rented a small RV, the kind with a bed over the cab and a cramped kitchenette, and drove south from Dallas. I'd heard Caddo Lake was quiet this time of year, early November, and I wanted quiet. The RV park was called Cypress Haven, though there wasn't much haven about it. 12 sites total, most of them empty when I arrived on a Thursday afternoon. The owner, a woman named Linda who looked about 60, checked me in from a small office that smelled like cigarette smoke and fried food. She took my credit card information and asked if I needed firewood. "We've got bundles for $8, she said. "You're in Site 7. It's the one closest to the trailhead if you want to walk your dog." I bought 2 bundles and drove the RV down a gravel road that wound between pine trees and Spanish moss. Site 7 was at the end, backing up to a wall of dense forest. There was a concrete pad for the RV, a fire ring made of stacked stones, and a weathered picnic table. The site next to mine, Site 8, was empty. So was Site 6. In fact, from what I could see, only 2 other sites appeared occupied, one near the office and another halfway down the road. I got the RV leveled and hooked up to the electrical post. Cooper sniffed around the perimeter of the site, marked a few trees, then came back to lie in the shade under the picnic table. It was warm for November, probably 75 degrees, and the humidity made everything feel sticky. That first night was fine. I made a sandwich for dinner, gave Cooper his kibble, and built a small fire. I didn't see anyone else. At some point I heard a car start up near the office, and then it was just crickets and the occasional splash from the lake. I went to bed around 10. I found the diary on Friday morning. Cooper needed to go out early, before sunrise. I clipped on his leash and we walked down the trail that started behind my site. It wasn't much of a trail, more like a path that had been worn into the undergrowth by other people walking their dogs. The trees were thick with vines, and the ground was soft, almost spongy. After about 5 minutes, the trail opened into a small clearing where someone had left an old aluminum lawn chair. Cooper pulled toward a fallen log at the edge of the clearing, and that's when I saw it. A small notebook, maybe 5 by 7 inches, lying on the ground next to the log. The cover was brown leather, water-stained and dirty. I almost didn't pick it up, but I did. I opened it to the first page. The handwriting was neat, almost careful. "This diary belongs to whoever needs it. Read it. Believe it. You won't, but you should." The second page had a date written at the top, November 11th. That was today. Friday, November 11th. Below the date. "You'll find this diary in the clearing behind Site 7. You have a dog with you. His name is Cooper." I stopped reading. I looked around the clearing, half expecting to see someone watching me from the trees. The forest was quiet. Cooper was sniffing the log, oblivious. I should have left the diary there. I should have walked back to my RV and forgotten about it. Instead, I kept reading. You won't believe this is real. You'll think it's a prank. But everything written here will happen. Today, you'll meet a man named Carl at Site 3. He'll offer you a beer at 4:17 p.m. Don't drink it. Tonight at 11:43 p.m., you'll hear something moving around your RV. Don't look outside. Tomorrow, November 12th, someone will arrive at Site 8. She'll tell you her name is Ruth. She's lying. The entries went on for pages. Specific times, specific events. I flipped ahead and saw dates going all the way to November 17th, 6 days from now. The last entry was dated November 17th, 11:59 p.m. It was only 2 words. You're next. I closed the diary and stood there for a minute trying to think. This had to be a joke. Someone messing with a stranger at an RV park. But how did they know my dog's name? And how did they know I'd find this diary at this exact spot on this exact morning? I walked back to my RV, Cooper trotting beside me. The sun was coming up and I could hear birds starting to make noise in the trees. I put the diary on the table inside the RV and stared at it while I made coffee. At 10:00 a.m. I drove into the nearest town, Marshall, about 15 miles away, and bought groceries. When I got back to Cypress Haven, there was a truck parked at Site 3 that hadn't been there before. An old Ford with Louisiana plates. I told myself it was a coincidence. At 4:15 p.m., I was sitting outside my RV, reading a book I'd brought but not really paying attention to the words. Cooper was asleep at my feet. A man came walking down the gravel road from Site 3. He was probably in his 60s, sunburned and wearing a Saints cap. "Afternoon," he said. "You just get in yesterday?" "Yeah," I said. "I'm Carl, Site 3. He introduced himself as Carl. I felt my stomach tighten. "You want a beer?" he asked, holding up a 6-pack of Coors Light. "I've got too many." I looked at my watch. It was 4:17 p.m. "No thanks," I said. "I'm good." Carl shrugged. "Suit yourself. Let me know if you need anything. I've been coming here for 10 years. I know the area pretty well." He walked back to his site. I sat there, my hands shaking, and picked up the diary again. The entry for 11:43 p.m. said I'd hear something moving around my RV. It told me not to look outside. I tried to think rationally. Maybe Carl had talked to the park owner. Maybe she'd mentioned my dog's name when she checked me in. Maybe Carl had been the one to write the diary and plant it in the clearing. But why? What would be the point? I went inside the RV at 11:30 p.m. and locked the door. Cooper was on the floor by the bed, already asleep. I sat at the small table with the diary open in front of me, watching the clock on my phone. 11:40 p.m., 11:42 p.m. At 11:43 p.m. I heard footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, circling the RV. Not running, not hurried, just walking. One step, then another, crunching on the gravel. Cooper's ears perked up, but he didn't bark. That bothered me more than the footsteps. Cooper always barked at strangers. The footsteps stopped near the door. I heard breathing, soft, steady, like someone standing just outside. Then the footsteps started again, moving toward the back of the RV. I wanted to look outside. Every instinct told me to pull back the curtain and see who was there. But the diary had said not to look. The footsteps continued for maybe 3 minutes, then they stopped. I waited another 10 minutes before I got up the courage to pull back the curtain just an inch. There was no one outside. I didn't sleep that night. At dawn, I went outside and checked the ground around the RV. There were footprints in the gravel, boot prints size 11 or 12. But they didn't lead anywhere. They circled the RV twice and then just stopped, right in the middle of the clearing, like whoever made them had vanished. I read the next entry in the diary. November 12th. Someone will arrive at Site 8 around 2:00 p.m. She'll tell you her name is Ruth. She's not who she says she is. If she asks you to help her with something, say no. At 7:33 p.m., your dog will start growling at the woods. He's growling at something real. Tonight, you'll hear voices outside. One of them will sound like someone you know. It isn't. I thought about leaving. I could pack up the RV right now, drive back to Dallas, and forget any of this happened. But part of me needed to know if the diary was right, if it kept being right. At 2:06 p.m., a car pulled into Site 8. It was a small sedan, dark blue, with Arkansas plates. A woman got out. She looked to be in her 40s, thin, with blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail. She started setting up a tent. I walked over. I don't know why. Maybe I wanted to prove the diary wrong. "Need any help?" I asked. She looked up and smiled. "That would be great, actually. I'm terrible at these things." We set up her tent together. She told me her name was Ruth and that she was driving through Texas on her way to visit family in Houston. She said she'd never been to Caddo Lake before and thought it looked interesting. "Are you here alone?" I asked. "Just me," she said. "You?" "Me and my dog." She asked his name. When I told her, she didn't react. No flicker of recognition, no indication she'd ever heard of Cooper before. "Well, thanks for the help," she said. "If you need anything, I'm right next door." I went back to my site. I opened the diary again and stared at the words. "She's not who she says she is." What did that mean? Was Ruth not her real name? Was she lying about where she was going? At 7:33 p.m., Cooper stood up from where he'd been lying by the fire and growled. His hackles went up, and he stared at the tree line behind the RV. I followed his gaze but didn't see anything. "What is it, boy?" I asked. He kept growling, low and steady. Then he barked once, sharp and aggressive. I'd never heard him bark like that before. I grabbed a flashlight and shined it into the woods. Nothing, just trees and darkness. Cooper barked again, then whined and pressed against my leg. Whatever he'd seen or smelled, it scared him. I brought him inside the RV and locked the door. The voices started at 9:47 p.m. At first I thought it was Carl and Ruth talking outside, maybe at her campsite. But then I realized the voices were coming from the woods behind my RV. Two voices, a man and a woman, having a conversation I couldn't quite make out. I opened the window a crack to listen. "Should tell him," the man's voice said. "No, not yet," the woman's voice. "He needs to know before," the man's voice cut off. There was a long pause, and then the woman spoke again. Michael, can you hear me?" I froze. The voice sounded like Sarah, my ex-wife. Same tone, same inflection. "Michael, I need you to come outside. I need to talk to you." Cooper was growling again, his body rigid. I closed the window and stepped back. The diary had said one of the voices would sound like someone I knew. It had said it wasn't real. "Michael, please. I'm sorry about everything. I just want to talk." Sarah's voice. Exactly like Sarah's voice. I turned off the lights inside the RV and sat on the bed in the dark. Cooper climbed up next to me, shaking. The voice kept calling my name for another hour before it finally stopped. I read the entry for November 13th, Sunday. "Ruth will ask you to help her move something heavy at 10:00 a.m. If you go into her tent, you won't come out the same. At 3:22 p.m., you'll see someone standing at the edge of the lake. Don't go near them. Tonight, Carl will start screaming. Don't go to his site. He's already gone." I didn't sleep. When the sun came up, I made coffee and sat outside watching Ruth's campsite. She came out of her tent around 9:30 a.m., stretched and waved at me. At 10:02 a.m., she walked over. "Hey, I'm sorry to bother you, but I could really use some help. I've got this cooler in my tent, and it's way too heavy for me to move by myself. Would you mind?" I looked at her. She seemed normal, friendly. There was nothing obviously wrong about her. "I can't," I said, "sorry." Her smile faded. "It'll just take a second." I said no. She stared at me for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, no problem." She walked back to her site. I watched her go inside her tent. A minute later, she came back out, easily carrying a large cooler by herself. She loaded it into her car without any trouble. The cooler hadn't been heavy at all. At 3:20 p.m., I walked down to the lake with Cooper. There was a small fishing dock about a quarter mile from the RV park, and I wanted to get out of the campsite for a while. The lake was still in dark, covered in patches of green algae. Cypress trees rose out of the water, their roots twisted and exposed. At 3:22 p.m., I saw someone standing at the edge of the dock. It was a man facing away from me. He wore jeans and a gray jacket. He was completely motionless, hands at his sides, staring out at the water. I stopped walking. Cooper whined and pulled on the leash, trying to go back the way we'd come. The man didn't move, didn't turn around. He just stood there. I backed away slowly, then turned and walked quickly back to the RV. That night at 11:47 p.m., Carl started screaming. It was a terrible sound, raw and full of pain. It went on for maybe 30 seconds, then cut off abruptly. I looked out the window toward Site 3. His truck was still there, but I couldn't see any lights. The diary had said not to go to his site. It had said he was already gone. I stayed inside. In the morning, Carl's truck was gone. Site 3 was empty. I walked over to check. There was no sign anyone had been there. No trash, no tire marks, nothing. The site was clean, like it had been vacant for days. I went to Linda's office and asked if Carl had checked out. "Carl?" she said. "Site 3? Yeah, he was there yesterday." She looked at her computer, frowning. "Site 3's been empty all week. Are you sure you mean Carl?" "He introduced himself to me. He offered me a beer on Friday." Linda shook her head. "I don't have anyone named Carl in the system. Site 3's been vacant since last Monday." I went back to my RV and opened the diary. The entry for November 14th was short. "You're starting to understand. They're not real. None of them are real. Except you and me. Tonight, Ruth will invite you to her campsite. If you go, she'll show you something. You need to see it." I closed the diary and looked at Ruth's campsite. Her tent was still there, but I hadn't seen her all day. Her car was gone. At 7:15 p.m., Ruth came back. She parked her car and got out, carrying 2 bags of groceries. She waved at me. "Hey, Michael, want to come over for dinner? I'm making chili." I should have said no, but I needed answers. I needed to know what was happening. "Sure," I said. I followed her to her campsite. She'd set up a small propane stove outside her tent and was heating a pot. It smelled normal, like food. "So where are you really from?" I asked. She smiled. "I told you, Arkansas, and you're really on your way to Houston?" "That's right." "Why did you lie about the cooler being heavy?" Her smile didn't change. "I didn't lie. It was heavy when I needed your help. It got lighter when you said no. That doesn't make sense." "Not to you." She stirred the chili. "You want to know about the diary, don't you?" I stared at her. "How do you know about the diary?" "Because I wrote it." "That's impossible. The diary predicted things before they happened." "Did it?" she asked. "Or did things happen because you read the diary?" "You're saying I made this happen?" "I'm saying you believe it happened. And belief is a powerful thing, Michael, especially here." "What's special about here?" Ruth pointed toward the woods. Caddo Lake is old, older than people realize. The water remembers things. The trees remember things. And sometimes when someone comes here with the right kind of mind, someone open, someone recently broken, the lake shows them what they need to see. I don't understand. You found the diary because you needed to find it. You met Carl because you needed to meet him. You saw the man on the dock because you needed to see him. None of it was real, Michael, and all of it was real. What about you? She laughed. What do you think? I stepped back. Cooper was at my RV, barking frantically. Go read the last entry, Ruth said. Then decide what you want to do. I ran back to my RV, grabbed the diary, and flipped to the final page. November 17th, 11:59 p.m. You're next. You can leave, but it won't matter. The lake knows you now. It knows what you're afraid of, what you've lost, what you're running from. It will follow you. It will show you things until you can't tell what's real anymore. Or you can stay. You can become part of the lake, part of the trees, part of the stories that play out for the next person who comes here broken and alone. You can become someone like Carl, someone like Ruth, someone like the man on the dock. Choose. Below that, in different handwriting, my handwriting, were 2 more lines. I chose to stay. Now I'm writing this for you. I dropped the diary. My hands were shaking. I looked at the date on my phone. November 17th, 11th, 58 p.m. I ran to my truck, started the engine, and drove. I didn't unhook the RV. I didn't pack anything. I just drove. I made it to Marshall before I had to pull over. My phone had 6 missed calls from a number I didn't recognize. When I checked, they were all from the RV park office. There was one voicemail. It was Linda's voice. "Hi, Mr. Green. This is Linda from Cypress Haven. I'm calling to confirm your reservation starting November 18th. You're booked for Site 7. Looking forward to seeing you." I checked my phone calendar. Today was November 10th. I haven't made it to the RV park yet. I'm sitting in a motel in Marshall, writing this down before I forget. Before I convince myself it was a dream or a breakdown or something explainable. Tomorrow I'll drive to Cypress Haven. I'll check in with Linda. I'll set up at Site 7. And on Friday morning, November 11th, Cooper and I will walk down the trail behind my site. We'll find a clearing with an aluminum lawn chair. And there, on the ground next to a fallen log, I'll place this diary. Because someone else will need to find it. Someone else driving south alone and broken. Someone else running from a divorce or a death or some private grief they can't name. The lake will know them. The trees will remember them. And I'll be there watching from Site 8 or Site 3 or maybe standing at the edge of the dock waiting to show them what they need to see. I chose to stay. Now I'm choosing for you. Location: Congaree National Park, South Carolina. Date: May 19th, 2013. The Congaree Swamp in May was a study in controlled chaos. The water from the Congaree River had receded from its flood stage, but remained elevated from the previous weeks of heavy rainfall. The landscape existed in a state of uncertain transition, part aquatic, part terrestrial, entirely inhospitable to anything that valued predictability. Justin Hale had been the primary ranger at Congaree for 5 years, long enough to understand that the swamp was less a destination and more a test of whether humans could accept environments that actively rejected their presence. The weather radio crackled at 6:30 a.m. with the standard morning forecast. High of 87 degrees, humidity at 94%, chance of afternoon thunderstorms. Isolated flooding possible in low areas. Heat index pushing into dangerous territory by midday. Justin filled his coffee mug, black, no sugar, a habit from his time in the National Guard, and reviewed the visitor log. 14 people had checked in yesterday. 13 had checked out. 1 vehicle still remained in the parking area. A blue Honda Civic belonging to Allison Weber, age 26, who checked in at 4:15 p.m. yesterday for what was supposed to be a sunset boardwalk hike and evening paddle. The Congaree's boardwalk was one of the few safe ways to experience the swamp. It elevated visitors above the water, provided guaranteed solid footing, and included interpretive signs that explained the ecosystem. The evening paddle route was more challenging, a guided kayak trip that Justin or other trained rangers led occasionally. But Allison hadn't booked a guided trip. She'd apparently just wanted to paddle solo in the swamp at dusk, which was possible, but not advisable. Solo paddling meant no backup if something went wrong. Justin checked the sign-out board. Allison hadn't officially checked out yet, but given the time and her status, she was either still in the park or had left without filing proper paperwork. Justin made a note to follow up during his morning patrol. The ranger station sat at the park's boundary, a modest structure with equipment, radio equipment, and the small office where Justin spent roughly half his time managing administrative tasks that bureaucracy demanded. The park itself was relatively undeveloped. The Congaree was about protecting the forest, not facilitating recreation. But the visitors came anyway, drawn by the dramatic landscape and the sense of experiencing something genuinely wild. By 7 a.m., Justin was dressed in his standard ranger uniform. Light brown shirt, lighter pants that could handle moisture, boots rated for wet terrain, and a radio clipped to his belt. The heat was already building. Even at this early hour, the air felt thick and substantial, moisture-laden and difficult to breathe. He did a radio check with the Beaufort district office about 40 miles away, confirmed his daily patrol schedule, and reviewed the week's incident log. Nothing major. A few minor injuries from mosquito bites and the occasional allergic reaction. One incident report about a visitor who'd become disoriented on the boardwalk and had to be guided back by another visitor. The morning patrol took Justin along the main access roads and to the boardwalk entrance. Everything was in order. The boardwalk was secure, the interpretive signs were undamaged, and the launch area for kayaks was clean and organized. Justin confirmed that Allison's vehicle was the Honda Civic in the parking area. License plate matched her check-in information. The vehicle was locked. Nothing appeared disturbed. He checked the weather again. The forecast remained consistent. Afternoon storms, heat, extreme humidity. The river level was high, but not at flood stage. Visibility on the water would be good. The swamp was clear in May before the full summer growth filled in every gap. By 9 a.m., Justin keyed his radio. "This is Ranger Hale at Congaree. I'm checking on a visitor who hasn't checked out yet. Vehicle registered to Allison Weber is still in the lot. Her check-in was yesterday at 16:15 for evening activities. I'm going to conduct a visual inspection of the park to confirm her status." The response came back. "Copy, Ranger Hale. Standard procedure. Keep us advised." Justin began by walking the boardwalk completely, checking for any sign of distress or injury. He looked for dropped items, torn clothing, anything that would suggest something had happened. The boardwalk was empty except for early morning birds and the occasional splash of a fish in the water below. The weather was beginning to hot up. He could feel it, the pressure rising, the humidity intensifying. By 9:45 a.m., Justin was back at the parking area. Still no sign of Allison. He checked if there were any notes on her vehicle's windshield. Nothing. He peered through the windows. Her hiking boots were on the floor, suggesting she was wearing different footwear, likely paddling shoes. That meant she probably had gone on the water. Justin made a decision. He would paddle the main routes and search for her. If she'd capsized, she might be in trouble. If she'd gotten lost or disoriented, she might need assistance. The paddling routes covered about 6 miles of water, with several potential stopping points and scenic areas. He grabbed his own kayak from the ranger equipment area, loaded it onto his truck, and drove to the water launch. So, Allison Weber had been looking for something to shake her out of the monotony of her life in Colombia. At 26, she had a decent job in insurance, an apartment, a car, and the vague sense that she was wasting her existence on meaningless work and shallow relationships. A friend had mentioned the Congaree swamp, described it as genuinely remote, genuinely wild, genuinely different from the suburban existence that Allison felt trapped in. The evening light had been beautiful. Allison had paddled for about an hour, following the main water routes, stopping occasionally to look at wildlife or to simply exist in a landscape that was entirely unlike anything she knew. The swamp was alive in May. Birds everywhere, turtles sunning on logs, fish creating ripples in the still water. The smell was organic and ancient, decomposition and growth happening simultaneously. The cycle of life and death accelerated in the warm, wet environment. By 7:15 p.m., as the light began to degrade and the sky shifted from blue to orange to purple, Allison realized she should probably paddle back to the launch area. She'd been out for 3 hours. She hadn't brought lights. She knew paddling at night was dangerous, but the landscape was so beautiful in this light. The trees were silhouetted against the sky, creating shapes that looked almost like they'd been constructed specifically for this moment. Allison paddled a bit further, telling herself she'd turn around at the next clearing. The sun set faster than she expected. One moment there was amber light filtering through the trees, the next moment the world had shifted to deep purple twilight. Allison paddled with more urgency now, trying to navigate back to the main water route, trying to retrace her path. But the channels all looked similar in the darkness. The landmarks she'd noted on the paddle out were invisible now. By 8:30 p.m., Allison accepted that she was lost in the Congaree swamp after dark. This was not ideal. This was genuinely dangerous. But she also had her head about her. She had her kayak. She had her paddle. She could navigate along the water channels, and eventually, she would reach the main river, and the main river would lead her back to the launch area. She was paddling along what she thought was the correct channel when she heard the sound. It was a splash. Large. Something substantial had entered the water. Allison stopped paddling and listened. In the darkness, sound was unreliable. The splash had come from somewhere, but she couldn't determine where. Probably a big fish. The congaree had catfish that could get large, and they occasionally broke the surface. Allison started paddling again. The sound came again, much closer this time. And again. Whatever it was moving through the water. Following her? Allison's rational mind said it was just a fish or perhaps an alligator. The congaree had them, curious about the kayak and the human in it. Alligators generally avoided people. They were shy, unless they felt threatened, or if someone stumbled between a mother and her babies. Allison paddled faster. The water around her kayak became active. Things were moving beneath the surface. She could see the disturbances, small ripples and wakes that suggested multiple animals. Not one thing. Several things. Or one thing that moved very quickly, creating multiple disturbances. "Hello?" Allison called out, immediately feeling foolish. What was she going to do? Have a conversation with a fish? The splashing stopped. The water became still. And in that stillness, Allison heard something else. A sound that was almost like a growl, but not quite. Something between a cat's hiss and a larger animal's roar. It came from somewhere near the water's surface, close to her kayak. Allison paddled hard back the way she'd come. Fear was overriding her rational assessment of the situation. Something in the water was not behaving like a normal congaree animal. The sound, the hunting pattern, the sense of intelligent pursuit. It was triggering something ancient in her brain that told her to escape. She paddled for what felt like an hour, but was probably only minutes. Her arms burned. Her breathing was ragged. She was navigating by memory and intuition, trying to find her way back to the main river, trying to put distance between herself and whatever was in the water. The sound followed her, always at a distance, always just at the edge of her hearing and perception. It was tracking her. She was certain of it. The way it would go silent when she stopped would resume when she paddled. It was following the kayak, learning her pattern, studying her movements. Allison reached what she thought was the main water channel around 9:30 p.m. The sky had become almost completely dark. There was enough starlight to see vague shapes, but details were invisible. She paddled along what she believed was the correct direction, toward where the launch area should be, trying to maintain her composure and not panic. It was then that she heard the voice. "Hey, hello, can anyone hear me?" A human voice, another person. Relief flooded through Allison. She wasn't alone in the swamp. Someone else was out here. "Yes," she called back. "I'm here. I'm in a kayak." "Where?" The voice came back. It sounded male, maybe in his 20s or 30s. "Can you paddle this way? I need help." "Where are you?" Allison called. She tried to identify the direction the voice was coming from, but sound carried strangely in the swamp at night. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Over here, by the big cypress trees. I flipped my kayak. I'm in the water." Allison felt a jolt of fear. Someone was in the water. That meant they were vulnerable to whatever had been chasing her. "Are you hurt?" she called. "My arm. I think I hit it on something. Please, I need to get out of the water." Allison paddled toward the voice, toward where the big cypress trees should be. She could make out larger shapes now, the distinctive silhouettes of the massive old cypress trees that grew in the congaree's deeper water. She paddled between two of them and looked around. She couldn't see the person. "Hello?" she called. "Where are you?" The water around her kayak erupted into motion. Something massive rose from the depths, a shape that was all wrong, that didn't move like any animal Allison knew. For just a moment, backlit by the faint starlight, she got a clear look at it. It was feline in shape. 4 legs, a muscular body, a head with ears and a face. but the proportions were exaggerated. It was larger than any big cat should be, and its eyes caught the light and threw it back at her with an intelligence that was absolutely terrifying. The creature made that sound again, that almost roar that was almost hiss, and Allison understood with complete clarity that it had been imitating the voice. It had learned human speech. It had mimicked a drowning person to lure her toward it. Allison paddled backward hard. The creature moved with her, staying roughly the same distance away, as if it was playing with her, testing her, evaluating her as prey. "No," Allison whispered. She couldn't process what she was seeing. The thing in the water was impossible. And yet there it was, pacing her kayak, studying her with eyes that held ancient intelligence. It made the sound again, and this time she could hear the mockery in it. The creature was enjoying this. It was toying with her the way a cat played with a mouse. Allison paddled as hard as her exhausted arms could manage. The creature didn't chase her immediately. It let her go, let her paddle ahead, and then it followed. She could hear the splash of it moving through the water, always behind her, always at approximately the same distance, herding her deeper into the swamp instead of toward the launch area. Justin launched his kayak at 10:15 p.m. The water was black beneath him, reflecting only the stars and the thin crescent of moon that had risen above the trees. The darkness was almost absolute. He could barely see 10 meters ahead. But the main water channels were familiar enough that he could navigate them by memory and the feel of the water beneath his paddle. He paddled with a purposeful rhythm, calling out Allison's name occasionally, listening for any response. The swamp at night was alive with sound. Insects, frogs, the occasional splash of a fish or turtle. But no human response. By 10:45 p.m., Justin was beginning to consider that Allison might have made it back to the launch area and was simply sleeping in her car, unaware that she should have filed a checkout form. It happened occasionally. People would paddle in the evening, get disoriented, struggle to navigate the channels in darkness, and end up returning to the parking area well after they'd planned. But something in Justin's experience told him that wasn't what had happened. His instincts, honed by 5 years of working in a difficult environment, were sending signals that something was wrong. He was paddling through one of the deeper channels when he heard the splash. Large, substantial, not the splash of a normal swamp animal. Justin stopped paddling and listened. The splash came again, much closer. Whatever it was moving through the water. And it was moving with purpose and intelligence. Justin felt the familiar tingle of adrenaline response. His hand moved instinctively toward the knife at his belt. Not much protection against something in the water, but something. "This is Ranger Hale," he called out. "Congaree National Park. If you need assistance, identify yourself." Silence, then a sound that was almost like growling, but not quite. Something between a cat's hiss and a larger predator's call. Justin's kayak suddenly felt very small and fragile. The water beneath him, which had seemed merely dark and obscuring moments ago, now felt hostile. He began paddling back the way he'd come, toward the launch area and open water where visibility would be better. Behind him, he heard the splashing resume. Something was following him. Something that knew how to move through the water with efficiency and purpose. Justin paddled faster, his muscles burning with exertion, his breath coming in hard gasps. The thing behind him matched his pace. It wasn't trying to catch him. It was hurting him. Justin understood that with absolute certainty. Whatever was in the water was intelligent enough to predict his movements, to understand that he would flee toward the launch area, to know the geography of the swamp better than any human possibly could. Justin burst out of the narrow water channel and into the main river section, just as his flashlight, which he'd activated in his panic, caught something in the water behind him. A shape. A silhouette. A form that was unmistakably feline but proportioned all wrong, moving with grace and power, watching him with eyes that reflected the flashlight beam. The creature made that impossible sound again, the almost roar mixed with almost hiss, and then it dove. The water where it had been visible rippled and smoothed, and when Justin looked back, it was gone. but the sound of it moving through the deep water continued, always keeping pace, always at the edge of his perception. Justin reached the launch area at 11:30 p.m. and hauled his kayak onto the bank with shaking hands. He pulled out his radio immediately. "This is Ranger Hale. Emergency situation at Congaree. I'm at the launch area. I encountered something in the water. Large predator, possibly. Immediate threat level is unclear but significant. Requesting support." The response came back within seconds, the dispatcher's voice sharp with concern. "Copy, Ranger Hale. Are you injured?" "Negative. Not injured, but I encountered a large animal in the water. It was following me. It didn't attack, but it was herding me, pursuing deliberately. I've never encountered anything like it in the Congaree." "Do you think it's a gator?" "No. Gators don't behave like this. This thing was intelligent. It was hunting. Are you hearing my location?" "Confirmed. We're dispatching local wildlife control and a field team from Beaufort. ETA 45 minutes. Stay at the ranger station. Do not return to the water." "Understood." Justin gathered his equipment and walked quickly back to the ranger station, every nerve in his body screaming that something was following him. He locked the doors once inside and pulled up the incident files on his computer. Missing person in the Congaree could mean several things: accident, injury, getting lost. But the creature he'd encountered, the intelligent predator in the water, suggested something different. Allison Weber's vehicle was still in the parking area. Her missing checkout suggested she was still in the park. And if that thing was hunting in the water, if it had demonstrated intelligence and the capacity to follow and stalk prey, Justin didn't want to complete that calculation. Wildlife Control and the local field team arrived just before 1 a.m. They found Justin at the ranger station, exhausted and tense. He gave them a full report of his encounter, though he was careful about certain details. He didn't mention the intelligence in the creature's eyes. He didn't mention how it had herded him deliberately. He presented it as a large predator encounter that had frightened him enough to abort his search. The official response was skeptical. The Congaree had alligators, but they didn't usually grow to the size that would create the wake Justin had described. There were no large cats in the region, no panthers, no mountain lions, no apex predators other than humans. The swamp was checked regularly for unusual fauna, but they launched a full search anyway. Missing visitor, after all. The protocols demanded a thorough investigation. They found Allison Weber's kayak at 2:47 a.m., floating near one of the deeper channels, completely empty. No sign of Allison, no sign of what had happened. Just the kayak, abandoned, floating in the black water of the Congaree swamp. The official report listed Allison Weber as missing and presumed drowned. She had apparently capsized in the darkness and been unable to reach her kayak. Water in the Congaree was cold enough to cause hypothermia, and the swamp's depth and vegetation made rescue operations extremely difficult. The case remained unsolved, but the presumption was accidental drowning. Justin didn't argue with the assessment. He filed his report accurately but left out certain details. He never mentioned the creature's intelligence. He described it only as an unidentified large predator, and left it at that. But Justin never returned to the water after that night. He arranged his ranger duties to avoid paddling expeditions. He transferred to office work when the opportunity presented itself. 6 months after Allison Weber's disappearance, Justin requested a transfer out of Congaree. The request was approved. He cited personal reasons. The Park Service accepted the transfer without questioning. The Congaree swamp continues to receive visitors every year. Most paddle during daylight. Most follow the established routes. Most return safely to the launch area with stories of beautiful wildlife and pristine nature. But there are documented cases of solo paddlers who disappear at dusk or early evening. Their kayaks are found empty. They are presumed drowned or lost to accident. The water level is blamed. The darkness is blamed. Human error is blamed. No one mentions the shape that moves through the deeper channels at night. No one reports the splashing that follows paddlers in certain sections of the swamp. The locals, those who've lived in South Carolina for generations, they know about the talipo. The old stories warned about going into the water at night, about traveling alone, about respecting the swamp's territory and the things that lived in its depths. The creature still hunts in the Congaree. It has learned to mimic human voices over the years. It has learned to recognize the sound of a paddle, the rhythm of a human moving through water. It has learned patience, the ability to follow a kayak for hours, learning the paddler's behavior, their fear responses, their desperate attempts to navigate in darkness. And every year, without fail, a kayak is found empty on the water. A paddler fails to return. A car sits in the parking area for days before being towed. The Congaree Swamp is beautiful in May. The wildlife is abundant. The landscape is genuinely wild, but the water holds something that doesn't appear in any official documentation. Something intelligent, something patient, something that has hunted in that swamp for longer than humans have had words to name it. And it is always hungry. Location: Great Basin National Park, Nevada. Date: July 31st, 2016. The thermometer on the ranger station porch read 94 degrees Fahrenheit at 0600 hours, and it was still climbing. Austin Fletcher had worked at Great Basin National Park for 5 years, long enough to understand that July heat in the Nevada high desert was a kind of violence. Not the dramatic violence of thunderstorms or rockfalls, but the slow, patient violence of a landscape that was fundamentally hostile to human life. The high desert was a place where water was the single most critical resource, where dehydration could become critical within hours, where the distance between survival and death was often measured in the proximity to reliable water sources. Great Basin was a park of extremes. The elevation ranged from roughly 4,000 feet in the lower valleys to over 13,000 feet at the peak of Wheeler Peak. The temperature differentials matched the elevation. The valleys could reach over 100 degrees, while the high peaks could drop to freezing even in midsummer. Water sources were scattered and unpredictable. Some were reliable year-round. Others were seasonal or dependent on snowmelt. A few were legendary for their unreliability. Sources that appeared on old maps but had dried up decades ago, or sources whose location had become uncertain through years of human memory degradation. Austin had established his morning routine long ago. Coffee at 0530 hours, weather check at 0545, permit review at 0600, equipment verification at 0615. The coffee was stronger than it needed to be, made with water from the station's reliable well, one of the advantages of working at a facility rather than deep in the backcountry. By 0630, he would be reviewing the overnight permit submissions and planning his day's activities. The forecast promised continued extreme heat, with afternoon thunderstorm potential developing around 1600 hours. The atmospheric conditions were unstable. A monsoonal moisture pattern was feeding into the Great Basin from the south, creating the possibility of rapid weather development. In this terrain, rapid weather could mean dangerous flash flooding in the narrow canyons that carved through the basin. The combination of heat, water scarcity, and potential sudden precipitation created a complex risk profile that required careful monitoring. Austin pulled up the overnight permit registrations. 2 parties had filed permits. A group of 3 hiking the Snake Creek Canyon route, planning to exit at the Lehman Caves trailhead, and a solo hiker named Chloe Parker, who had registered for a 4-day expedition through some of the more remote areas of the park. Chloe's permit specified that she was conducting hydrological research, water source mapping and testing, and her itinerary included visits to several springs and creeks that were known to be inconsistent or difficult to locate. Austin reviewed Chloe's credential photograph. She was a woman in her late 20s with the kind of direct, competent gaze that Austin had learned to recognize in experienced wilderness researchers. Her credential listed her as an environmental scientist with experience in desert water systems. Her permit notes indicated she was mapping spring locations for a university research project, attempting to document seasonal variation in water availability across the basin. The itinerary was ambitious. She would be moving between several water sources, spending each night at a different location, covering perhaps 10 to 15 miles per day across terrain that was unforgiving, even for experienced hikers. Austin approved the permit without hesitation. The woman was clearly qualified. That decision, made in perhaps 30 seconds based on credentials and experience and the assumption that knowledge meant safety, was something he would revisit many times in the years that followed, turning it over in his mind like a stone worn smooth by repeated handling, trying to locate the moment where he should have said no, should have questioned more carefully, should have recognized the warning signs that existed only in retrospect. The water sources that Chloe had planned to visit were scattered across different elevations and terrain types. The first camp would be at South Fork Spring, located at approximately 9,200 feet elevation in the southern section of the park. The second would be at Meadow Canyon Spring at roughly 9,500 feet. The third and fourth nights were listed as Remote Spring, Location TBD, and Baker Lake area, neither of which was on any standard park map. Chloe had included coordinate data for the locations, specific GPS references that she'd apparently obtained from older hydrological surveys or university research archives. Austin marked the locations in his own system and made a note to check in with Chloe by radio every evening to confirm her status and location. It was standard protocol for remote backcountry permits, and in this case, with a solo hiker visiting unfamiliar water sources in extreme heat, the protocol seemed particularly wise. By 0700 hours, Austin was in his vehicle heading out toward the South Rim area, beginning his daily patrol to confirm that overnight conditions had created no new hazards. The drive took him past the Wheeler Peak Scenic Drive, an 11,000-foot elevation scenic loop that was one of the park's main attractions. Visitors crowded the overlooks, took photographs, bought merchandise at the small gift shop, and experienced the sensation of being in high mountains without having hiked more than a few dozen meters from their vehicles. Austin had no judgment about this. Everyone's relationship with wilderness was valid. But he understood in a way that most day-use visitors did not, that the landscape beyond the scenic overlooks was genuinely dangerous. It was easy to forget the desert's hostility when you were standing in the relatively cool air of the high peaks. But that forgetfulness could be lethal for anyone who ventured far from marked trails and reliable water sources. The morning sky was clear, but the clouds were building on the horizon. Towering cumulus formations developing to the south, the telltale sign of monsoonal moisture and instability. Austin could smell it in the air, the metallic tang of distant rain, the quality of the atmosphere changing as moisture accumulated. By afternoon, the weather could transition from clear to dangerous with remarkable speed. He completed his morning patrol by 0900 hours, confirmed that the main trail showed normal usage patterns and no evidence of emergency activity, and radioed dispatch to confirm his status. Everything was normal. The day was proceeding exactly as expected, the landscape following the patterns it had followed for countless summers. At 1000 hours, Austin initiated radio contact with Chloe Parker on her permitted frequency. The response was immediate, her voice crisp and professional, confirming her location at South Fork Spring and her status as healthy and well supplied. "Roger that, Parker," Austin said. "Weather report shows potential afternoon thunderstorms. How's the water situation at your location?" "Source is flowing well," Chloe responded. "Testing shows relatively clean water, good volume. I'm going to spend the full day here documenting the spring and gathering samples. Should be moving to Meadow Canyon tomorrow morning." "Copy. I'll check in with you tomorrow evening. Be aware of weather changes. Afternoon conditions could deteriorate rapidly." "Will do. Parker out." The transmission ended. Austin marked the confirmation in his log and continued with his day. Administrative work, equipment maintenance, route planning for the following day's patrols. The morning passed into afternoon. The clouds continued to build. The temperature remained in the high 80s, the heat radiating from the ground even as the shadows of the cumulus formations occasionally provided brief, precious intervals of shade. At 1600 hours, the first thunderstorm arrived. It was a brief, intense system, lightning and thunder and wind for perhaps 30 minutes, then clearing as rapidly as it had arrived. Austin tracked the storm on his monitoring equipment, noting that it had passed through the lower elevations and moved eastward, missing the higher peak areas entirely. The rain had been substantial but brief, not enough to create flash flooding in the narrow canyons, though it would have temporarily increased water flow in the creeks and springs. He initiated contact with Chloe at 1800 hours, the time he'd established as the evening check-in. The radio remained silent. He waited 30 seconds and tried again. Still nothing. Austin didn't immediately escalate to emergency status. Radio reception at high elevations and in canyon areas could be spotty. Perhaps Chloe was in a location where the signal wouldn't transmit. Perhaps she'd turned off her radio to conserve batteries. Perhaps she was occupied with her research and hadn't heard the call. He tried again at 1830 hours, at 1900 hours, at 1930 hours. By 2000 hours, Austin was beginning to process that something might be genuinely wrong. He activated the emergency channel and attempted contact using the protocol for a potentially missing permit holder. Still no response. Austin checked the evening weather report. No additional storms were forecast. The conditions were stable. The night would be cold, dropping into the 50s or low 60s at the elevation where Chloe was camping, but well within acceptable ranges for someone with proper equipment, and her permit indicated she was carrying all necessary cold weather gear. He filed a preliminary concern report with dispatch and marked Chloe's status as unable to establish contact. If he couldn't reach her by the next evening, he would initiate a formal search. Chloe Parker had reached South Fork Spring at approximately 1300 hours after a 4-mile hike from the trailhead. The spring was exactly where her research sources had indicated it would be. A reliable water source emerging from the limestone, flowing down canyon to create a small creek that eventually drained into the basin proper. The water was cool and clear, running with sufficient volume to suggest a stable underground source rather than a seasonal flow. She'd spent the first several hours conducting her research protocol, measuring water flow, testing pH and mineral content, collecting samples in sterile containers, documenting the spring's location with GPS and traditional mapping. The work was methodical and absorbing, exactly the kind of detailed field research that she enjoyed. By 1600 hours, as the afternoon heat began its transition toward evening, she'd completed the initial documentation and had set up her camp in a relatively sheltered location, a short distance from the spring. The thunderstorm had arrived without warning. One moment clear sky, the next moment towering clouds and the sudden violent weather that the monsoon patterns could produce. Chloe had secured her equipment and had sheltered in her tent during the brief but intense rainfall, listening to the sound of water streaming down the canyon walls, understanding that the spring's flow was probably increasing significantly as runoff accumulated from higher elevations. When the weather cleared, she'd emerged from her tent to check on her water samples. That was when she'd heard it. It was a sound like a baby crying, not distant, close, perhaps 50 meters away, coming from the direction of the spring. Chloe had recognized immediately that no human infant could be in this location. The park was closed to overnight use in most areas, and the nearest civilization was several miles away through difficult terrain. But the sound was undeniably present, undeniably audible, undeniably causing an instinctive response in her nervous system. That deep, evolutionary recognition that the cry of a human infant required response and assistance. She'd walked toward the sound, aware that she was doing something irrational but unable to stop. The spring was flowing more vigorously than it had been earlier. The thunderstorm runoff had increased the water flow noticeably. The creek that emerged from the spring had become a small torrent, the water turbulent and cloudy with sediment. Chloe had stood at the edge of the water, listening. The crying continued. It was coming from upstream, from the direction of the spring source itself. Chloe had followed the sound, climbing over rocks, moving carefully through the canyon, aware that the terrain was treacherous, but unable to override the compulsion to find the source of the crying infant. The spring emerged from a narrow crevasse in the limestone, a space barely wide enough for a human to fit through, though the water flowed freely through it, emerging with constant force. Chloe had peered into the crevasse, trying to see where the sound was coming from. The crying had continued, echoing from somewhere in the depths of the stone, from somewhere underground, from somewhere that human rescue was impossible. That was when she'd realized, not as a thought but as a recognition that arrived directly into her consciousness without passing through normal logic, that the crying was not coming from anything that needed rescue. The crying was coming from something that was trying to lure her into the water. Chloe had stepped back from the crevasse, She'd turned to walk back toward her camp, and that was when the water had grabbed her. It hadn't happened the way she might have imagined drowning. There had been no violent pulling, no overwhelming force. Instead, something had taken hold of her ankle, gently, but with absolute control, and had simply begun pulling her back toward the water. It had been the gentlest form of predation possible, the minimum amount of force necessary to accomplish its objective, as if whatever held her understood that panic would only make the process more difficult. Chloe had tried to resist. She'd attempted to pull free, to dig her hands into the stone to create friction that would slow the inevitable movement back toward the water. But her strength was insignificant compared to whatever had hold of her ankle. Within seconds, she was at the water's edge. Within moments, she was knee-deep in the turbulent flow. The crying stopped. What replaced it was not silence, but a sound that was worse than any cry. A kind of satisfied humming, a vocalization that suggested intelligence and satisfaction, and the successful completion of a hunt. Chloe had looked down into the water at her feet, and she'd seen them. They were small, perhaps 2 or 3 feet in height, humanoid but fundamentally wrong. Their skin appeared to have a translucent quality, as if it was barely there, as if it was being held together by something other than normal human biology. Their eyes were too large, reflecting light in a way that suggested intelligence far beyond what human eyes could express. They were arranged in the water around her legs, holding her with hands that were webbed, fingers that extended slightly longer than human fingers, grips that were simultaneously gentle and absolutely inescapable. "Welcome," one of them said. Its voice was like the crying she'd heard earlier, but underneath it was language, was clarity, was the sound of something ancient speaking in English, despite not being anything that had evolved alongside humans. "You have come to the water. You belong here now." Chloe had opened her mouth to scream, but the creatures had begun pulling her deeper into the spring, and she had understood with the absolute clarity of someone experiencing profound trauma that screaming would serve no purpose here. There was no one to hear. There was no rescue coming. The landscape that she had thought was hosting her research was actually hosting her predation. The water had become not a simple liquid but something more complex. It had seemed to move with intentionality, to part for the creatures and for her sinking body, to carry her deeper into the spring source than the physical dimensions of the crevasse should have allowed. She had descended into water that should have been impossibly cold, but felt almost welcoming, almost like liquid that had been warmed specifically for her arrival. The creatures had continued to hold her, their hands gentle but absolute, their voices continuing to hum that satisfied, hungry sound. Austin made the decision at 0600 hours the following morning to drive out toward South Fork Spring and conduct a physical search. Chloe's failure to respond to radio contact, combined with her solo status and remote location, elevated the concern to a level that justified active investigation rather than further waiting. The drive to the South Fork trailhead took 20 minutes. The morning was already hot, the thermometer in his vehicle reading 82 degrees at 6:30 hours. The sky was clear, but Austin could see the building cumulus clouds on the horizon again, the monsoonal pattern continuing to feed moisture into the basin. Another afternoon of thunderstorm potential. He hiked the 4-mile route to the spring at a steady pace, moving quickly but carefully, aware that the terrain was hazardous and an injury would create cascading complications. He reached Chloe's camp at approximately 07:45 hours. The tent was there. Her equipment was arranged methodically. Her backpack was positioned near her sleeping area. Her water bottles were stacked in an organized fashion. Everything was present, except Chloe herself. Austin approached the camp carefully, looking for any sign of disturbance, any indication of what had occurred. The ground around the camp showed no evidence of struggle or violence. There was no indication of a medical emergency, no blood, no signs of injury, no evidence of panic. He activated his radio. "Dispatch, this is Unit 1 on site at South Fork Spring. Permit holder's camp is established and intact, but the permit holder is not present. Equipment appears undisturbed. Requesting guidance." "Copy. Unit 1. What's your assessment?" Austin looked at the camp, then at the surrounding canyon. Uncertain, no signs of emergency. She may have gone to investigate the water sources more thoroughly. I'm going to check the immediate area around the spring. Copy. Stand by. Austin moved toward the spring, following the creek that emerged from the limestone crevasse. The water was flowing well, faster than it would naturally flow from just the spring source. Runoff from yesterday's thunderstorm was still contributing to the flow. Austin examined the area carefully, looking for any sign that Chloe had been here. The ground near the spring showed boot prints, multiple impressions, suggesting that someone had walked this route several times. The prints led to the water's edge and then stopped. They didn't continue along the creek bank. They didn't lead back toward camp. They simply ended at the water, as if Chloe had walked to that point and then ceased to exist. Austin activated his radio again. Dispatch, permit holders' tracks lead to the spring and terminate at the water's edge. No continuation. Requesting emergency backup and beginning formal search protocol. Copy. Unit 1. Rescue volunteers are being mobilized. ETA 45 minutes. Continue investigation. Maintain radio contact. Austin spent the next several minutes examining the spring area more carefully. The crevasse from which the water emerged was barely large enough for a human to fit through, and the flow was too powerful for someone to navigate upstream. The creek that emerged from the spring could theoretically be followed downstream, but the terrain grew increasingly hostile. The canyon walls narrowed, the water became more turbulent, the possibility of safe navigation diminished. He was standing at the water's edge, processing his options, when he heard it. It was a sound like a baby crying. It was coming from the direction of the spring, from somewhere in the water, or from somewhere beyond the crevasse in the limestone. Austin's rational mind immediately provided explanations. A bird call, wind through stone, his own nerves creating auditory hallucinations. But his instincts were responding with immediate fear, with a visceral understanding that the sound should not exist in this location. The crying continued. It grew slightly louder. It seemed to be moving, shifting position, as if something was moving through the water toward him. Austin stepped back from the spring. The crying became slightly less distinct. He continued backing away, moving toward the creek bank, putting distance between himself and the water source. That was when he heard Chloe's voice. "Austin, is that you? I need help. I'm in the water. Something happened." Austin froze. The voice was unmistakably Chloe Parker. He'd heard her on the radio, knew her voice tone and cadence. But she was calling from the direction of the water, from somewhere in the turbulent flow emerging from the spring. "Chloe?" Austin called back. "Where are you? Can you get out of the water?" "I can't," the voice said. The words were becoming clearer, more distinct, even as the accent and tone remained subtly wrong. "I'm trapped. Something has hold of me. I need you to help. Come to the water. Please." Austin's training told him this was wrong. A person who was physically trapped in water and couldn't escape would not be calling for help in such a calm, composed voice. A person in genuine distress would show panic, would be gasping, would display the characteristic signs of someone in immediate danger. But his instinct to help was profound. His understanding of his role as a ranger was that rescuing people in distress was his primary responsibility. He moved back toward the water. "Chloe, I need you to stay calm. I'm going to try to reach you. Tell me exactly where you are." "In the water," the voice said. "Come into the water. It's not cold. It's not dangerous. You just have to come to me." Austin reached the water's edge. He could see nothing in the turbulent flow that would explain where Chloe was or how she could be calling from such a location. But he could hear her voice clearly, calling to him, telling him to come deeper, promising that everything would be all right if he just waded in. He was reaching down to touch the water when his radio crackled to life. "Unit 1, where are you? We have rescue volunteers arriving at the trailhead. What's your status?" Austin straightened. His hand, which had been descending toward the water, retreated. He activated his radio. "Dispatch, I'm at the spring location. I've made radio contact with the permit holder. She appears to be in the water, but I can't determine her exact position. Sending coordinates now. He marked his location, transmitted the data, and waited for the rescue team. The voice calling from the water continued. Chloe's voice perfectly mimicked calling to him, begging him to come deeper, promising safety and reunion. Austin did not go into the water. The search for Chloe Parker continued for 3 days. Rescue volunteers examined every accessible area of the canyon system. They checked downstream locations in case the water had carried her body. They searched the surrounding terrain for any sign of a missing hiker. They found nothing. Chloe's equipment remained at the camp. Her samples remained in their collection containers. But Chloe herself had simply ceased to exist in any manner that could be recovered or documented. The official report cited presumed drowning in unknown circumstances and body likely carried downstream by heavy runoff. Austin's account of the voice calling from the water was noted in the report as ranger experiencing extreme stress. Observations should be considered in context of emotional impact of missing person scenario. The case was closed pending any new evidence. But Austin remained at Great Basin for another 2 years before requesting a transfer. And during those 2 years, he avoided the South Fork Spring entirely. He avoided any canyon with a reliable spring or water source. He avoided the high desert in July, when the thunderstorm patterns could develop suddenly and the heat could drive people toward water with desperation. He began keeping careful records of other disappearances in the area, hikers and researchers who had vanished near water sources throughout the basin's history. The records suggested a pattern. Disappearances clustered around specific water sources. The victims almost always people who were alone. The circumstances almost always involving that person being found missing at a water source, despite no evidence of accident or drowning. The official explanations were reasonable. Heat stroke, disorientation, accidental drowning, all of these were plausible in the harsh desert environment. But Austin understood in a way that he could never adequately explain to anyone else that the explanations were wrong. The water sources in Great Basin held something old, something that had survived in the isolated springs for longer than humans had inhabited the desert. The creatures called water babies in the Paiute folklore that Austin had begun to research obsessively were not folklore. They were real. They were patient. And they had decided that Chloe Parker belonged to them now. Years later, after Austin had transferred to a park in the Pacific Northwest and had supposedly left the Great Basin behind, he would still hear the sound sometimes. The crying of an infant, perfectly mimicked, coming from shower drains and faucets in any body of water that existed in his vicinity, and he would understand that the creatures had learned his voice, had practiced their mimicry of his presence, and were waiting for him to eventually return to a place where water was present and he was alone. The sound of the crying would follow him for the rest of his life. In some places it was distant. In other places it came from directly beside him. The creatures were patient. They could wait for years. They could wait for decades. They had waited for thousands of years before Chloe Parker walked into their territory. They would wait for Austin too. And eventually, perhaps, he would become tired of waiting. Perhaps he would decide to answer the voice that called his name from the water. Perhaps he would wade in, just far enough to see if what it was saying was true, just far enough to understand what had happened to Chloe Parker, just far enough to find the thing he'd lost when he'd walked away from South Fork Spring alive. The water sources in the Great Basin continue to exist, their locations marked on maps, their water tested regularly by researchers who remain unaware of what dwells in the spaces beneath the surface. And somewhere in that water, in the depths of springs that should be simple and harmless, Chloe Parker still exists, changed into something other than human, speaking in voices that are not her own, calling out to the hikers and researchers who approach water sources during heat waves and emergencies. She is not alone in the water. The creatures that took her have company. Decades or centuries of other voices, other victims, all of them calling together, creating the symphony of infant cries that has driven so many rescuers toward the water, thinking they were coming to save human lives, not understanding that they were simply walking into the domain of something far older and far hungrier than anything they could comprehend. The desert is patient. The water is patient, and in the high basin where ancient springs flow through limestone that remembers the ages, the creatures continue their eternal hunt for those who become desperate enough to believe that salvation might come from drinking what dwells in the depths. Location: Mammoth Cave National Park, Kentucky. Date: January 15, 2011. The cavern entrance was a black mouth in the limestone hillside, exhaling cold air that carried the smell of deep earth and geological time. Christopher Mercer stood at the threshold, his caving lights off for the moment, letting his eyes adjust to the transition from winter daylight to the absolute darkness that began just beyond the portal. The temperature at ground level was mild, mid-40s, but descending into Mammoth Cave meant moving into a more consistent environment. 54 degrees year-round, the temperature holding steady hundreds of feet beneath the surface, insulated from seasonal variation by millions of tons of stone. Christopher had been the lead park ranger for the cave systems at Mammoth Cave National Park for 9 years. He was certified as a cave rescue specialist, held advanced permits for all the park's known passages, and had logged more than 2,000 hours in the subsurface. He knew the cave the way a surface ranger knew their forest. Not just the major passages, but the minor tunnels, the airflows, the patterns of water movement through the limestone matrix. He knew where the loose rocks were, where the floor could collapse without warning, where certain passages were dangerous due to hydrogen sulfide buildup or nitrogen narcosis effects on deeper dives. He knew the cave well enough to understand that something was wrong with it. The first indication had come 3 days earlier. A group of recreational cavers had reported that one of the lower passages, a tunnel system called the Lost River Route, had shown signs of recent animal activity. Fresh scat, fresh claw marks on the limestone walls, prints in the soft mud deposits. But the prints were impossible. They were too small to match any known fauna in the cave system. Smaller than a raccoon, smaller than an opossum, smaller, in fact, than any mammal that should have been present in an environment so far removed from surface daylight. Christopher had investigated the report himself yesterday. He had seen the prints. They were distinct and clear in the mud, 5-toed impressions roughly 3 to 4 inches in length, arranged in a pattern that suggested a bipedal gait. They were recent, created within the previous 24 hours, and they were everywhere, crossing and recrossing the passage floor, as if whatever was making them had been moving through the tunnel with no particular destination, just endless pacing back and forth. The prints disturbed him in a way he couldn't quite articulate to his supervisor. They weren't the prints of any animal he could identify. The shape suggested intelligence, the pattern suggested intention, and they led deeper into the cave system, toward areas that were marked on his maps as unmapped extensions and passages of unknown depth. This morning, Christopher had received a report that one of the park's volunteer researchers, a woman named Zoe Hartley, who had been conducting an environmental survey in the lower cave systems, had not returned from her expedition. She had been scheduled to complete her research and exit the cave by 4 in the afternoon. By 7, when she hadn't emerged, the park had initiated a search protocol. Zoe was experienced. She had been working in the cave for 6 weeks, doing weekly research expeditions to collect water samples and document microbial populations in the deeper passages. She knew the routes. She carried emergency communication equipment, a decked digital system that was designed to work through most cave networks by bouncing signals off stone. She had been careful about following safety protocols, and yet at some point in the afternoon of January 15th, Zoe had become unreachable, and by evening she had become missing. Christopher switched on his primary light, a 300-lumen LED mounted on his helmet, and descended into the cave. The passage beyond the entrance opened into a chamber roughly 40 feet wide and 60 feet tall. The ceiling was lost in shadow even with the brightness of his lamp. The walls were formations of flowstone and calcite, sculpted by water that had been dissolving limestone for 10,000 years. The air was cold and absolutely still, the kind of stillness that only existed in places where wind had never blown, where the only movement was the slow, patient work of erosion and the rare intrusion of human exploration. The sound of his footsteps echoed off the stone walls, multiplied and distorted by the cave's acoustics. Every movement became amplified, turned into something larger and stranger than the actual event. When he moved his equipment, when he shifted his weight, when he adjusted his backpack, all of it returned to his ears transformed, made to sound like something else entirely. He was an hour into his descent when he found Zoe's equipment. Her backpack was sitting on a limestone outcropping beside one of the major passage intersections. Her research bag was opened, the contents partially scattered: water collection bottles, temperature gauges, sample containers. Her notebook was there, the pages filled with data and observations, but Zoe herself was not. Christopher photographed the scene and called on his communication device. "Dispatch Unit 7, I've located the missing researcher's equipment in the mid-level passage, approximately 1.2 miles from the entrance. No sign of the subject. Equipment is intact but scattered. Beginning expanded search." The response came back clear but distant, carried through the stone network that surrounded him. "Copy, Unit 7. Proceed with caution. Weather above is turning severe. Wind advisory issued for the region. Return to surface if conditions deteriorate." Christopher acknowledged. The cave, at least, was immune to surface weather, but he was acutely aware that rescue operations in the cave system would be hampered by conditions on the surface. Any significant snow or ice accumulation would slow response times, restrict access routes, compromise the ability of SAR teams to reach the cave entrance. He continued deeper, moving now along the routes that he knew Zoe had been exploring according to her research notes. The passages became narrower, more convoluted. The air became denser, carrying a smell that Christopher couldn't quite identify. Not the normal mineral smell of the cave, something organic, something like decay, but fresher, more recent than any animal remains that had been down here long enough to decompose fully. He was moving through a passage called Devil's Denture, a narrow corridor with a ceiling so low that it required crouch walking for portions, when he heard the sound. It was a voice calling from somewhere deeper in the cave, a woman's voice, a voice calling his name. "Christopher, Chris, please help me." It was Zoe's voice. Christopher would have recognized it immediately if his mind had been working with normal logic. But his mind was already beginning to process that something was fundamentally wrong with this situation. Zoe was calling from deeper in the cave, from a direction that made no sense, from a location that should have been impassable. He moved toward the voice. "Odianer." What Christopher couldn't know was that Zoe had been trapped in the depths for nearly 18 hours. She had been conducting her research survey in the mid-level passage, following a new tunnel that her preliminary mapping had indicated might lead to an unknown chamber system. The passage had been narrow but navigable, with a clear floor of packed sediment and visible water channels indicating drainage patterns. Zoe was meticulous in her research. She had marked her path with glow sticks, maintained a constant bearing with her compass, and kept detailed notes of her observations. And then the passage had opened into a chamber, and Zoe had made a decision that would cost her everything. The chamber was unlike any that appeared on the official park maps. It was approximately 30 feet in diameter and perhaps 20 feet tall, with a floor that was completely covered in what looked like small bones, animal bones scattered and broken, as if something had been feeding down here for a very long time. The bones were mixed with other materials, torn fabric, plastic containers, objects that were definitely human in origin. Zoe had been photographing the chamber, trying to understand what was creating this accumulation when she had heard the sound. It was small, a scratching sound, like something moving across stone, but it was everywhere simultaneously, coming from multiple directions, bouncing off the walls in a way that made triangulation impossible. Zoe had turned slowly, her light sweeping across the chamber, searching for the source of the sound. That's when she saw the footprints. They were on the walls, not on the ground, on the vertical stone walls arranged in patterns that suggested something had been climbing them, moving across surfaces that should have been impossible for any creature to navigate. The prints were small, roughly 3 to 4 inches in length, arranged in a pattern that indicated a creature that could move with equal facility on horizontal and vertical surfaces. Zoe had started backing toward the passage she had entered through. That's when the creature had revealed itself. It was small, roughly the size of a human child, perhaps 2.5 to 3 feet in height. But there was nothing childlike about its proportions. Its limbs were too long, its movements too articulated, as if it had joints in places where human joints shouldn't exist. Its face was... Zoe would never be able to find adequate words to describe its face. It was vaguely humanoid, but the proportions were wrong. The eyes were too large. The mouth was wider than it should be, with teeth that seemed to fill the entire lower jaw. And it was moving with a speed and fluidity that made Zoe's perception of distance and time seem inadequate. She had run. The passage back to the main cavern became a nightmare of narrow spaces and sharp turns. Her light bouncing wildly, her breathing becoming hyperventilation. She could hear the creature behind her, making sounds that were almost like laughter, almost like speech, almost like something trying to communicate in a language that had never been human. The creature had not attacked immediately. Instead, it had herded her, the way a predator herds prey toward a location where escape becomes impossible. It had cut off her path back to the main passages. It had forced her deeper into a section of the cave that was not on any official map, into a warren of small tunnels that seemed to have been specifically designed for something small and agile to navigate, but which were nightmarish for a human of normal size. Zoe had become lost in those tunnels within minutes. The passages twisted and turned. They doubled back on themselves. They seemed to rearrange themselves in her memory as she moved through them. She had dropped her research equipment trying to navigate through a particularly narrow section. She had torn her clothing on sharp calcite formations. She had become so disoriented that she could no longer determine which direction led toward the surface. And now, somewhere in the deeper darkness, the creature was hunting her. But not with the urgency of a creature that wanted to kill its prey immediately. It was hunting with a patience that suggested experience, expertise, the certainty of something that understood predation on a level that transcended simple hunger. Sometimes it called to her using her own voice. "Zoe, come back. I need help. Come help me." Sometimes it used other voices, the voices of hikers and researchers and tourists who had gone missing in the cave system over the past 100 years, whose voices the creature had preserved and learned through the act of consuming them. Zoe had been moving through the darkness for hours now, trying to navigate by feel and memory in the faint hope that she could stumble back toward an exit. Her light had failed. She had no idea how long ago. The batteries had drained, or she had hit it against stone too hard. Or the creature had taken it from her at some point during one of the moments when reality had become too fragmented to trust her own perception. Now she was moving in absolute darkness, one hand on the stone wall beside her, her other hand held out before her in hopes of detecting obstacles before she collided with them. And the creature was still there, still calling to her using voices that seemed increasingly familiar, still hurting her, driving her deeper, toward some destination that the creature understood but that Zoe could not conceptualize. She had begun calling for help, calling for anyone. The echoes in the cave made it seem as if her voice was coming from all directions simultaneously. She had begun to understand that the cave itself was working against her. That sound carried strangely here, that the darkness was not passive but active, pressing against her consciousness with a weight that made thought increasingly difficult. When she heard a real voice, a human voice calling her name, she had responded immediately, forgetting in her desperate need for rescue that the creature had demonstrated the ability to perfectly mimic human speech. She had called back, "Christopher, I'm here. Please help me." The footsteps were coming now, moving deeper into the passages. Zoe could hear them echoing off stone, could hear the sound of equipment being adjusted, could hear breathing that was definitely human, and therefore definitely not the creature that had been hunting her. But the creature was still there. She could feel it. She could sense its presence in the darkness beside her, moving with that terrible fluidity, using the approaching ranger as a new prey item, herding both of them now towards some terminus that the creature had planned long before either human had entered these caverns. Christopher found Zoe approximately 2 kilometers deeper into the unmapped passage system. She was sitting against a wall of stone, her clothing torn and filthy, her hair matted with cave sediment and blood. She looked up at his light with eyes that had taken on a quality of absolute despair. "Don't come any closer," she said. "It's here. It's always here. It's been hurting us deeper. It wants us to go deeper." Christopher knelt beside her, assessing her physical condition. Her vital signs were concerning. Hypothermia developing, dehydration, signs of trauma and stress. But she was alive. She was conscious. She was communicable. "I'm going to get you out of here," Christopher said. "Can you walk? Can you move?" "It won't let us leave," Zoe said. "It's been doing this for a long time. It keeps the bones. It feeds on the bones and the meat and the voices. It preserves the voices." As if in response to her words, Christopher heard something. A sound like small feet moving across stone. Multiple feet moving in unison, moving fast, moving from multiple directions simultaneously. The sound was coming from above, from the sides, from passages that he hadn't even noticed in the darkness. When his light caught movement, he saw them. They were small, roughly the size of human children, but with proportions that were fundamentally wrong. There were at least 4 of them, maybe more. The darkness made accurate counting impossible. They moved with a fluidity that suggested a coordination that came from long practice, a choreography that suggested they had hunted together for a very long time. The largest one, the one in front, tilted its head and made a sound. A sound that was almost like human speech, but not quite. A sound like someone trying to pronounce human words using a mouth that was shaped for something completely different. "Welcome," the sound seemed to say, though Christopher knew that was impossible, that his mind was interpreting animal noise as human language. "Welcome to the deep dark. Welcome to the place where we live. Welcome to the place where all voices eventually come." Christopher understood in that moment what had happened to Zoe. He understood that she was not what she appeared to be, that the creature had been using her as a lure, as a way to draw him deeper into the cave system, and he understood that there was no way out. That the creatures had been living in these caves for centuries, possibly longer, feeding on the lost and the isolated, preserving voices, learning languages, becoming more sophisticated at the art of predation with each human they consumed. The creatures moved toward them. Christopher grabbed Zoe's arm, pulling her up, trying to move back toward the main passages. But the creatures had already cut off the retreat. They were everywhere, in the shadows, in the darkness beyond his light, in passages that seemed to exist partially in dimensions that human perception could barely access. When the smallest creature reached toward him with hands that were small but covered in claws, Christopher finally understood that every instinct telling him to run, every drive to fight, every attempt to survive, was exactly what the creatures wanted. The escape attempts, the struggle, the desperation, all of it was part of the predation. All of it was adding new dimensions to how the creatures understood human behavior, how they would improve their hunting techniques for the next incursion of humans into their domain. He stopped struggling. He stood still in the darkness, his light illuminating the creatures that surrounded him. And when the smallest one reached up and touched his face with claws that were surprisingly gentle, Christopher closed his eyes. The official report on the disappearance of Christopher Mercer and Zoe Hartley concluded that both individuals had become lost in an unmapped section of the cave system. Christopher had apparently been attempting a rescue operation when both parties became trapped by unstable cave formations and structural collapse. Their bodies were never recovered, the passages in question being too dangerous to explore comprehensively. The park issued a statement recommending that recreational cavers avoid the unmapped extension tunnels in the mid-level passage. Several sections were cordoned off. Warning signs were posted. Official policy was updated to restrict research expeditions to mapped areas only. But the park rangers who worked in Mammoth Cave knew something was wrong. They knew because they would sometimes hear voices in the depths when they were working alone. Voices calling from impossible locations. Voices that sounded almost like people they knew. Voices that carried the exact inflection and speech patterns of researchers and rangers who had gone missing in the cave system over the years. And they knew something was wrong because sometimes, when they were doing routine surveys in the upper passages, they would find small footprints in the dust. Footprints that arranged themselves in patterns that suggested intention, deliberation, intelligence. The creatures lived deep in the cave system, in passages that had never been mapped, in darkness that was absolute and timeless. They had learned human language from the dozens of people they had consumed over the centuries. They had learned to mimic voices with perfect accuracy. They had learned the patterns of human behavior, the weaknesses that made humans easy prey. And they waited, with the patience of things that had no concept of time, for the next explorer to venture into their domain, the next researcher, the next ranger, the next curious human who wanted to understand the mysteries of the underground, in the deep dark of Mammoth Cave, below the mapped passages in chambers that would never appear on any official map. The creatures moved through their domain. They passed around what remained of Zoe and Christopher, what they hadn't yet consumed, what they were preserving carefully because the bones and the flesh and the organs would sustain them for months, perhaps years, until the next opportunity for fresh prey presented itself. And in those depths, in that absolute darkness, voices echoed, voices that had belonged to humans that now belonged to the creatures, that called from the abyss in the hope that someone, anyone, would come down to investigate, would come down to help, would come down to join the chorus of the lost in the place where daylight had never penetrated, where hope had no meaning, where the only truth was hunger and the patient predation of creatures that understood that humans eventually always came looking for what they had lost. Location: Black Pine Wilderness Area, Washington. Date: October 18, 2012. Benjamin had been a ranger in Black Pine Wilderness for 7 years, long enough to know the forest like some people know their own houses. The morning of October 18th began like hundreds of others before it. Overcast skies, temperature hovering just above 50 degrees, that particular smell of Pacific Northwest autumn settling into everything. He filled his thermos with coffee at the ranger station, the liquid steaming in the cool air, and checked the day's forecast on the wall-mounted weather radio. Rain coming by late afternoon, nothing severe, temperatures dropping into the low 40s by evening. Standard October weather. He checked his flashlight batteries more from ritual than necessity. They always worked, and verified his radio was on the correct channel, 9.3 megahertz, the frequency that connected him to dispatch in Everett, 30 miles away, and to the handful of other rangers scattered across Black Pine's 22,000 acres. The Black Pine Wilderness area sprawled across the western foothills of the North Cascades, a patchwork of old-growth forest and subalpine meadows that most people never saw. It didn't have the fame of nearby national parks. It didn't have the infrastructure or the crowds. Just trees, Douglas fir, western hemlock, Sitka spruce. Rising in dark, even rows that made the forest feel both ancient and somehow uniform, as if the woods were a pattern that repeated endlessly in every direction. The trails existed, but they were rarely marked and less frequently traveled. Hikers preferred the official parks. Black Pine was for people who wanted to actually get lost, and for rangers like Benjamin who preferred the quiet. He spent the first 3 hours of his shift on the standard patrol, the North Fork Trail, where hikers occasionally reported bear sightings, though Benjamin had never seen more than scat and overturned logs. The service rode to the old fire lookout tower, checking for downed trees blocking access. The equipment at the maintenance shed, shovels, Pulaskis, coils of rope hanging in neat rows on the shed's interior walls. Everything in order. Everything as it should be. Benjamin stopped at the overlook above Eagle Meadow and stood for several minutes, watching the light filter through the canopy. The trees rose like columns in a cathedral, and the space between them seemed to hold the gray light of the overcast sky. It was beautiful in that understated way that made people feel insignificant. He liked that feeling. The call came in over the radio at 1:47 p.m., just as Benjamin was finishing his lunch at the station. All units, we have a missing hiker report for Black Pine Wilderness. Female, early 20s, last seen leaving the Cascade Loop trailhead approximately 0900 hours this morning. Family reported her overdue for evening check-in. Her name is Emma Hendricks. Vehicle is a silver Honda Civic license plate. The dispatcher paused as she read the plate number. Benjamin knew dispatch in Everett was small, usually just one person managing multiple wilderness areas. She was supposed to be back by 1600 hours. Family getting concerned. Benjamin set down his sandwich. Copy, dispatch. This is Unit 3. I'm familiar with that trailhead. I'll run up there now and check the parking area. What's her experience level? Minute, the dispatcher said, and there was paper shuffling in the background. Okay. Family says she's hiked in Washington before, but nothing extensive. No overnight gear, just day hike. Carrying a light pack, water bottle, nothing emergency related. Cascade Loop was one of the more popular trails in Black Pine despite the lack of marketing. The trail climbed gradually through mixed forest for about 5 miles, emerged at a small alpine lake, and could be done in a reasonable day hike if you didn't linger. Emma Hendricks should have been back by 4 o'clock. At 2 in the afternoon, she might just be running late. But family didn't usually report a missing person until evening unless something felt wrong. Copy, dispatch. I'm heading there now. Benjamin locked the station and took the Ranger truck up the winding access road. Black Pine Wilderness didn't have the manicured feel of the national parks. The roads were gravel and pocked with potholes that could bottom out an ordinary car. But Benjamin knew these roads. He navigated them without thinking, his attention already shifting to what he might find or not find at the trailhead. The parking area was small, just 7 spots gravel marked with painted rocks. The silver Honda was there, parked at the lot's far end. Benjamin pulled in beside it and killed the engine. The lot was empty otherwise. Just the 2 vehicles, the faint rush of wind in the trees above, and the smell of impending rain that hadn't quite arrived yet. He checked the car, doors locked. Inside, he could see a jacket on the passenger seat, a water bottle in the cup holder, what looked like a paperback book face down on the dashboard. These were the details that made people real. The small objects they left behind that said, "I was here. I planned to return." Benjamin felt something settle in his chest, a weight that wasn't quite worry but wasn't quite nothing either. The trail began at the parking area's north edge, marked with a standard Forest Service sign that was weathered but still readable. Benjamin started walking, his boots finding the familiar rhythm of the path. The trail was well maintained. His team had cleared it last month, and the forest on either side was the cathedral silence he'd enjoyed from the overlook. Hemlock and fir and Douglas spruce rising in their columned rows, the understory thick with ferns and fallen wood in various states of decomposition. The smell was rich, damp earth, fungal decay, the green smell of growing things. Sound was distant and muted. The wind moved through the canopy far above, creating a whisper that seemed to emanate from the entire forest rather than any particular source. Benjamin checked his watch. 2:15 p.m. 2 hours and 15 minutes since Emma had last been seen. It wasn't unusual for a hiker to move slowly through the wilderness, to stop and look at plants, to sit and rest, to lose track of time in a way that was easy to do in a place where clocks had no meaning. But Benjamin's pace was faster than casual. He was looking. The trail climbed steadily for the first mile, switching back through dense forest. Here, the canopy was so thick that even at mid-afternoon, the forest felt twilit. Benjamin used his flashlight despite the time, because the contrast between his eyes and the darkness made it easier to see the trail itself. Around him, the forest was dense with life that he couldn't see. Birds moving in the canopy, small mammals in the understory, insects in the fallen wood. The sounds were minimal but present. A rustling here, a distant bird call there, the normal sounds of a functioning forest. By the time Benjamin reached the 2-mile mark, the normal sounds had changed. He didn't notice it all at once. It was subtle, like the way a room's temperature shifts degrees at a time without you realizing you're becoming cold until you're shivering. At first, he rationalized it. The wind had shifted. The time of day, late afternoon approaching, meant the forest's activity patterns changed. Birds settled down for evening. Small animals moved more cautiously. But the silence that surrounded Benjamin now wasn't the absence of sound. It was something active, something that felt like it was listening. He stopped walking. The trail stretched ahead of him, still clear, still marked with the occasional cairn, stacked rocks his team had placed, showing the way. The forest around him was absolutely still. No wind, no birds. The ferns along the trail's edge hung motionless, as if frozen. Benjamin stood for perhaps 30 seconds, listening, trying to understand what his body was registering before his mind could catch up. Then a sound. A branch breaking. Not near, not close, but distinct. A sharp crack like something large shifting weight. Benjamin released the breath he'd been holding. Probably a deer or an elk. Black pine had both. The breaking branch made sense, but it came from the left, from the forest off trail. And when Benjamin looked in that direction, he saw nothing but trees and darkness between them. He continued walking, but something in him had changed. His pace was different now. His attention was sharper. These were the kind of small shifts that separated hikers from ranger, the training in wilderness awareness that became instinct, and his instinct was telling him something was wrong. The trail curved northeast, skirting around a stand of particularly old hemlock. The trees here were enormous, 5 feet in diameter at the base, their trunks disappearing into shadow above. Benjamin had always loved this section. It felt genuinely ancient, a place that had hosted this particular stand of trees for centuries while the world changed around it. Now it felt oppressive. The trees too close together, the canopy too dark, the silence too complete. It was at the 3-mile marker that Benjamin found the first sign, Emma's hat, a blue baseball cap, lying on the trail. He picked it up. It was slightly damp, as if from sitting in heavy dew or light rain, but dry enough that it hadn't been here very long. An hour? 2 hours? Benjamin rotated it in his hands, seeing the inside label. Cascade Hiking Club 2011. A souvenir from some organized hike. The hat was real. The hat meant Emma had come this way. "Dispatch, this is Unit 3, Benjamin said, keying the radio. "I've located the missing hiker's cap on the Cascade Loop Trail at approximately the 3-mile marker. Continuing search up the trail. Please advise if search and rescue is being mobilized." Static. Then dispatch came back, her voice slightly distorted with distance. "Copy Unit 3. Search and rescue has been notified. They're mobilizing out of Everett. ETA to trailhead approximately 1600 hours. Continue search and report. We're logging your position." 1600 hours. 4 o'clock. 2 hours away. Benjamin keyed the radio again. "Copy, dispatch. We'll continue up to the lake and search from there." He put Emma's hat into his pack and kept walking. Emma Hendricks had been hiking in Washington for 3 years. Ever since a breakup had sent her into nature seeking something she couldn't quite name. The Cascade Hiking Club had gotten her started. Organized weekend trips to familiar destinations, people who knew where they were going. But lately she'd been venturing out alone. There was a freedom in it, a solitude that felt like it belonged to her specifically. The wilderness didn't care about her failed relationships or her stalled career or her family's expectations. It simply existed, beautiful and indifferent. The morning of October 18th had been perfect for it. She'd left Seattle at 6 in the morning, arriving at the Cascade Loop trailhead by 8:45. The parking lot had been empty. She'd been alone, which was how she preferred it now. The trail was familiar enough. She'd done it twice before, and the weather looked solid. Some clouds, but nothing threatening. She'd packed her usual day hike gear, water bottle, granola bars, jacket, phone. She didn't bother with a headlamp. She'd be out well before dark. The hike up the first 2 miles was exactly as she remembered it. The forest cathedral, the quiet, the sense of her own smallness against the vastness around her. She moved slowly, stopping occasionally to look at plants, or to stand in the filtered light and just breathe. This was why she hiked. Not for the destination, but for these moments of complete quiet, where her mind could stop running through all the things she wasn't accomplishing, and just be present. At the 2-mile marker, Emma noticed something was different. The sound had changed. She realized it when she consciously listened, the way you realize you've been humming without noticing. When she'd started, the forest had been alive with small sounds. Now it was silent, not the silence of a respectful library, the silence of something holding its breath. Emma wasn't inexperienced enough to panic. She'd read enough nature writing to know that animals go quiet before predators, Maybe a bear was nearby. Maybe a cougar. Washington had both, though encounters were rare. She stopped walking and stood very still, listening. The forest around her remained utterly silent. Not a bird, not an insect, not even the whisper of wind in the canopy, just the sound of her own breathing and the dull thud of her heart. After a minute of this, Emma continued walking. There was nothing else to do. She was halfway through her hike. She'd come all this way. Besides, she told herself, if there was an animal nearby, the best thing to do was move deliberately and make noise. That's what the internet said. Make yourself big. Make noise. Don't run. But the silence continued, and with it came a feeling that hadn't been there before. The feeling of being observed. Not by anything specific. She looked around constantly and saw nothing but trees. But the sensation was real and impossible to dismiss. Her skin felt prickly. The back of her neck felt exposed. At the 3-mile marker, Emma stopped to drink from her water bottle and check her phone. No signal, as expected. The time was 12:15 p.m. She should reach the lake by 1:30 or so, rest there for an hour, and be back at the parking lot by 4:00. Everything on schedule. She drank the water, capped the bottle, and started walking again. The next mile was worse. The forest seemed to be actively preventing her progress now. Fallen trees crossed the trail. She didn't remember those from previous hikes. Deadfall created obstacles where before there had been open passage. She was climbing over and around obstacles constantly, losing time. Her pace slowed. And still the silence persisted. No birds, no animals, no wind. Just the sound she made herself, her footsteps, her breathing. Occasionally a small noise of exertion as she hauled herself over a particularly large log. It was at the 4-mile point that Emma realized the trail itself seemed wrong. She was looking at a trail marker, a small cairn of stacked rocks, that pointed northwest. The Cascade Loop Trail should be going north. She checked the rock formation. It was definitely a trail marker, definitely pointing northwest. Maybe the trail curved that way and she'd forgotten. It had been 6 months since her last hike here. She followed the marker's direction. The forest on this side of the marker was denser, less traveled. There was no clear path, just a general line of least resistance between trees. Emma had to push through underbrush, had to be more careful about her footing. The canopy above was lower here, thicker, creating a perpetual twilight. She used the small flashlight on her phone to see better, and the phone's battery was already dropping. 12% charge, red warning light flashing. She turned off the flashlight and tried to navigate by sight, but the forest all looked the same now. Trees, ferns, fallen logs, more trees. She'd been moving deeper for what felt like 30 minutes when she realized she hadn't seen another trail marker. Emma stopped. She turned around, intending to go back to the previous marker, back to the familiar trail. But when she looked behind her, she couldn't see clear direction back. The forest behind her looked exactly like the forest ahead of her. Same trees, same undergrowth, same absence of any marked path. She chose a direction that felt like it might be backward and began walking, but after 5 minutes she saw something that made her stop. The same distinctive double-trunked hemlock that she'd passed 10 minutes ago when moving forward. She recognized it because the two trunks twisted together at the base in an unusual way. Emma turned around, walking in what should have been the opposite direction. After another 5 minutes, she saw the same double-trunked hemlock again. She didn't realize she was shaking until she tried to move and found her legs unsteady. Emma sat down on a log and forced herself to breathe. This was not a rational situation. The tree should not be behind her and in front of her and behind her again. This was not how forests worked. She pulled out her phone, hoping against logic that there was suddenly cell service, but there was nothing. The battery was down to 3%, the low battery warning flashing like a heartbeat. Emma held the phone up, rotating slowly, trying to see if she could spot anything that looked like civilization. Smoke, a clearing, anything. The forest around her was thick with trees and shadows, and at the edges of her phone's light, she thought she saw movement. Something between the trees. Something that wasn't quite solid, that seemed to move in a way that didn't make sense. Not running, not walking, moving like it was made of the forest itself. Her phone battery died. The Benjamin reached the Alpine Lake at 4 o'clock exactly, just as the first drops of rain began to fall. The lake was small, maybe 200 meters across, fed by a mountain stream that appeared from the forest to the north and disappeared back into it to the south. The water was dark. It always was at this elevation, and the clouds had come down enough that the mountains that should have been visible above the far shore were just suggestions in the mist. There was no sign of Emma Hendricks. Benjamin walked the shore, checking both sides of the lake's exit stream, looking for any indication that she'd stopped here. A rest spot, discarded garbage, footprints. He found nothing. The beach area was composed of small stones and scattered deadfall, and if anyone had walked here recently, the rain was already erasing the evidence. His radio crackled. Unit 3, dispatch. Can you advise your current status? Benjamin keyed the response. I'm at the Alpine Lake location. No sign of the missing hiker. I found her baseball cap at the 3-mile marker. Continuing search of the surrounding area. Copy, Unit 3. Search and rescue team has departed Everett. ET trailhead 16:15 hours. Weather is degrading. How's visibility in your location? Benjamin looked up. The clouds were lowering, the light diminishing as the afternoon progressed toward evening. Rain was falling steadily now, not hard but insistent. Visibility was down to maybe 50 meters before the forest disappeared into mist. Visibility is degrading rapidly, rain beginning. I'll continue search but will need light soon. Copy, Unit 3. Advise if you need support before SAR arrival. Benjamin didn't respond immediately. Search and rescue would arrive in maybe 45 minutes. They'd bring equipment and personnel and a professional search structure. He should probably wait for them, relinquish control to the trained SAR team. That was protocol. But Emma Hendricks had been missing for nearly 7 hours now. She had no overnight gear. She had no heavy jacket. If she was lost and frightened in the forest, waiting another 45 minutes might be the difference between rescue and tragedy. Copy, dispatch. I'm going to continue searching north from the lake. We'll check in every 15 minutes. Copy, Unit 3. Proceed carefully. Advise of any findings. The forest north of the lake was different from the trail below. The trees were older, larger, with more space between them as if they'd been growing here for centuries and had found some natural spacing. The forest floor was soft with accumulated needles and moss, and deadfall lay in artistic arrangements like sculptures. There was a stream coming from somewhere north. Benjamin could hear it, and he decided to follow the water, on the theory that people often followed water when lost. The rain continued, steady and cold. Benjamin's jacket was waterproof, but his hands were getting wet, his boots finding increasingly muddy footing. The forest was darker now, despite the fact that it wasn't yet evening. The clouds had come down so far that the canopy disappeared into mist above, creating a tunnel effect where ground and sky melted into identical gray. Benjamin moved carefully, calling out occasionally, "Emma, Emma Hendricks." His voice sounded strange in the quiet forest, too loud and too human. The forest seemed to absorb the sound, deadening it. It was then that Benjamin became aware of something following him. He didn't see it. He didn't hear it clearly. But the sense of presence behind him was absolute. Benjamin stopped walking and turned around, scanning the forest. Nothing. Just mist and trees and the sound of rain. He turned back forward and continued walking, but now the presence was more acute. Not behind him anymore. Beside him. Moving parallel to his path through the forest. Benjamin forced himself not to look, forced himself to keep moving. There were predators in black pine, mountain lions, bears, and the worst thing you could do was show fear. But this didn't feel like an animal. Benjamin keyed his radio. "Dispatch, I'm moving through the forest north of Alpine Lake, proceeding with caution. We'll update in 15 minutes. Static. Then dispatch, but her voice sounded distant, distorted with noise. OP Unit 3. Advise, Rangers, search. The signal was degrading. Benjamin tried again. Dispatch, please repeat. Only static answered. The forest had become darker still, the mist thickening. Benjamin could see maybe 15 meters ahead now. Behind him, beside him, the sense of presence had become overwhelming. He was being tracked. He was certain of it. Something was moving through the forest, matching his pace, staying outside of his direct line of sight. Benjamin stopped walking. "All right," he said aloud. "I know you're there." The forest went completely silent. No rain sound, no stream, no wind, nothing. "My name is Benjamin Price. I'm a ranger with the Forest Service. I'm looking for a missing hiker. Her name is Emma Hendricks. If you've seen her, I need you to tell me." The silence continued. Benjamin started walking again, but now his eyes were up, scanning the space between trees. The mist seemed to have thoughts. The rain seemed intentional, and at the edge of his vision he kept catching movement, shapes that weren't quite solid, that seemed to be made of the forest itself. The sound came then, distant enough to seem far, but close enough to register perfectly in Benjamin's ears. A voice. A woman's voice. Emma's voice, he assumed, though he'd never heard her speak. "Help me." Benjamin moved toward the sound immediately, pushing through underbrush, moving faster now, his ranger training temporarily overridden by the basic human impulse to help. "Emma, keep talking. I can hear you. Help me." The voice came from ahead, always ahead, seeming to recede as he approached. Benjamin was running now, his boots splashing through water. There was a stream now, or perhaps he was running parallel to it, he couldn't tell. And the mist was so thick he could barely see his own feet. "Emma, call out, I'm coming. Help." One word now, just one word. And something in Benjamin's mind, the part that was still trained, still operating professionally, registered that the voice sounded wrong. The timbre was right, but something in the cadence, the intonation, was just slightly off, like a recording of Emma's voice played at the wrong speed. Benjamin stopped running. The silence that followed his stopping was profound. He stood in the mist, breathing hard, listening. The voice didn't come again. Instead, what he heard was the forest settling around him. And in that settling, he heard something else. The sound of movement. Multiple forms moving through the underbrush, circling him. Not one thing, many things. Benjamin turned in a slow circle, trying to see. The mist revealed nothing but suggested everything. "Emma?" he called again, but his voice sounded small now, human and vulnerable against whatever the forest was doing. That's when he saw them. They moved like the forest itself, figures that seemed made of branches and shadow, angular and wrong, emerging from the mist with movements that didn't quite follow the laws of physics. They moved in the gaps between steps. They occupied spaces that should have been too small. And they were everywhere, above in the low canopy, beside him in the undergrowth, ahead of him in the mist. Benjamin understood then, not intellectually. He didn't have words for what was happening. But somewhere in the deepest part of his brain, the part that remembered when humans lived in forests like this, he understood. The Salish people who had come before all the others had names for these things. The old rangers who'd worked black pine in the early days had whispered about them. Stories that weren't really stories. Warnings that weren't quite warnings. The Stick Indians. The watchers between the trees. The ones who lived in the deep forest and occasionally took people who went too far from the trails. "Where is she?" Benjamin demanded, finding his voice even as his legs wanted to run. "Where is Emma Hendricks?" One of the figures moved closer. It was almost humanoid, almost. Long limbs made of what looked like dead wood. A torso that might have been a bundle of branches, and a face. There was a face. Mostly dark, mostly shadow, but with eyes that caught the gray light of the mist and held it. It made a sound, not speech. A creaking, groaning sound, like wood under stress. Benjamin moved backwards. Then he ran. Emma had been lost for hours when she accepted that the forest around her wasn't following natural rules. The double-trunked hemlock appeared and reappeared no matter which direction she walked. When she climbed over a deadfall, She came down the other side to find the same deadfall somehow ahead of her, requiring climbing again. The stream she'd been following seemed to fork in 3 directions, all leading back to where she'd started. And the sky never got darker. It was perpetually twilight, perpetually the same gray half-light, no matter how long she walked or which direction she chose. Her phone was dead. She had no way to track time except the growing exhaustion in her body and the dull panic that was building in her chest. That's when she heard the voice calling her name. Emma Hendricks. A man's voice, deep and commanding and professional sounding. For a moment, Emma's entire body sagged with relief. A ranger. It had to be a ranger. She was saved. "Here!" she screamed. "I'm here, help me!" She moved toward the voice, pushing through underbrush, running despite the roots that seemed to grab at her feet. The voice continued calling, seeming to approach and recede at the same time. Emma ran harder, desperation giving her energy that exhaustion should have stolen. It was when she broke through a particular thick section of ferns that the forest opened up, not into civilization, but into a clearing she was certain she'd never seen before. The trees surrounding it seemed to bend inward, creating a natural amphitheater. And at the clearing's center, something that looked like a structure made of wood, old wood, weathered wood, arranged in the shape of something that might have been art, or might have been a monument, or might have been a warning. The voice had stopped calling. Emma stood at the clearing's edge, breathing hard, looking at the wooden structure. It was made of deadfall, entire logs and branches, woven together in patterns that almost made sense but not quite. And around it, arranged in careful circles on the ground, were objects, shoes, pieces of clothing, a backpack, hats, things that belonged to people. Emma saw something that made her legs lose their ability to hold her. A red jacket with a hiking club logo, the same jacket her hiking buddy Maria had been wearing in 2010 when she'd gotten separated from their group on a trail 10 miles from here and was never found. Behind her, the forest began to move. It wasn't subtle movement. It was the sound of something large shifting position, of branches cracking, of the forest itself reorganizing around her. Emma turned from the clearing to look back the way she'd come, but the way was gone. The ferns closed in. The trees pressed nearer, and moving among them with movements that didn't follow natural laws were the shapes she'd been sensing all day. They were tall, impossibly tall, and made of materials that shouldn't be flexible. Branches and deadfall bound together with something she couldn't identify. They moved in ways that bodies couldn't move, with joints that bent wrong and limbs that extended and retracted. And as they moved closer, Emma understood with an absolute certainty that there was no rescue coming, that the voice calling her name had been a lure, that the man who'd been calling was prey just like her. She tried to run, but the clearing had become a circle with no exit. The trees that formed its perimeter seemed to press inward, and the shapes that moved among them were laughing, a sound like wood groaning under impossible pressure. Emma ran for the center of the clearing where that monument of woven deadfall stood. She could climb it, she thought. She could climb above them. She could reach higher than they could. But as she approached the wooden structure, she realized what it actually was. Not a monument, not art. A construction, a scaffolding, a structure designed for a very specific purpose. And at its base, barely visible in the gathered shadow, she could see what was left of others who had come this way. Benjamin didn't know how long he ran through the forest. Time had stopped working correctly. He would run forward and arrive behind where he'd started. He would climb a ridge and find himself in a valley. The compass on his watch spun endlessly, unable to find north. And always, the shapes moved at the edge of his vision, following, surrounding, hurting him. He reached a trail at some point. He recognized the maintenance cairns, the blazes on the trees that marked the Cascade Loop, and he ran down it toward civilization, toward the trailhead, toward the ranger station. He ran until his lungs burned and his legs screamed. He ran until the forest opened onto the parking lot with its 2 vehicles, the silver Honda that belonged to Emma Hendricks and his own Ranger truck. Behind him, at the forest's edge, the shape stopped. They didn't pursue into the parking lot. They stood at the boundary between trees and open ground and made sounds like wood creaking in wind. Then, one by one, they retreated into the mist. Benjamin stood in the rain. It was evening now, twilight real and true, not the false twilight of the forest. And he found that he couldn't move. His legs wouldn't work. His mind wouldn't work. He managed to reach the truck and activate the emergency beacon on the radio with shaking hands. "Dispatch, this is Unit 3, emergency beacon activated. I'm at the Cascade Loop trailhead, send SAR immediately." Search and rescue arrived within 30 minutes. They found Benjamin sitting in the cab of his truck, shaking, unable or unwilling to speak. They found Emma's car still in the parking lot, Emma's personal effects inside. They found the baseball cap Benjamin had left on his truck's seat. He'd been clutching it for so long his hands had to be pried open. What they didn't find was Emma Hendricks. The search lasted 2 weeks. Dogs, helicopters, teams of trained rescuers combing every inch of the wilderness around the Cascade Loop trail. They found nothing. No body. No sign of struggle. No indication of where Emma had gone. The official report listed her as missing and presumed deceased, with the cause of death unknown. Benjamin Price requested a transfer out of the Forest Service. His request was denied due to staffing shortages. He still works out of Black Pine Wilderness, still patrols the same trails, still makes the same radio calls to the same dispatcher in Everett. But he never goes above the 3-mile marker anymore, and he definitely never goes to Alpine Lake. Some nights, when he's alone in the ranger station and the forest is particularly quiet, Benjamin's radio crackles with a voice that sounds almost like his own. It calls his name. It asks for help, and Benjamin sits in the dark listening and he doesn't answer. The trees of Black Pine Wilderness stand as they always have, old and patient and full of watchers. Every season, a few hikers disappear. The parking lots near certain trailheads gradually stop filling with vehicles. Whole sections of the wilderness become understood, without official warning, as places where people simply don't return from. And in the deep forest, in the eternal twilight beneath the canopy, the collection of offerings continues to grow. A shoe here, a jacket there, pieces of people who ventured too far, who went off the marked trails, who ignored the wordless warnings of the land itself. The forest knows who belongs and who doesn't. The watchers know where the boundaries are, and every year, without fail, someone fails to respect them. Location: Wrangell St. Elias National Park, Alaska. Date October 28, 2016. The weather report on the station radio at 0530 hours promised overcast skies and possible snow flurries by late afternoon. Christopher Garrett listened to the forecast while standing at the window of the ranger station, thermos of coffee cradled in both hands, watching the first hints of gray creep across the eastern ridges. October in Wrangell St. Elias was a knife's edge between autumn and winter. Beautiful in that way that only wilderness extremes can be, when you're acutely aware that the land tolerates your presence on sufferance, and only for a while longer. Another week and half the south-facing trails would be officially closed. Another month and the entire park would belong entirely to itself again, to the glaciers and the bears preparing for hibernation and the things that moved in the spaces between the ice. He'd worked this station for 7 years, longer than most rangers lasted before transferring to somewhere warmer, somewhere with better cell service and less existential silence. Christopher had never requested a transfer. There was a quality to the remoteness here that felt like home in a way normal civilization had never managed. You could hear yourself think in Wrangell St. Elias. You could hear, period, the wind through the valleys, the groaning of glaciers, the absence of human noise. The station was a simple structure, a main office with a radio console that crackled with sporadic chatter, a small bedroom, a kitchen that had seen better decades. Outside, the parking area held 2 vehicles, Christopher's Chevy Silverado, maintained with ritual care, and the District Ranger's sedan, currently empty and locked. Deputy Ranger Paulson was 300 miles south in Juneau for a meeting that would accomplish nothing and keep him away for 2 days. Christopher was alone. Not unusual. He preferred it. The morning routine had its own ritual: weather check, equipment inventory, permit review. By 0645 hours, Christopher had confirmed that 2 parties held active permits for the Copper River Valley Trail, a family group of 4 scheduled to exit at Cuscalana Glacier, and a solo hiker named Charlotte Voss, registered as a wildlife researcher, who had taken out a 3-day permit for the Bagley Icefield approach. Both were due back by 1800 hours today, weather permitting. By the time Christopher finished his coffee and headed out for the preliminary trail inspection, the first clouds had begun their advance across the summits, vast, billowing things that looked almost solid, as if you could walk across them. The temperature was already dropping. He could feel it in the quality of the air, a sharpening edge that promised frost by nightfall. His breath began to mist before he'd walked 50 yards from the station. The park at this hour was itself again, unwitnessed. The mountains rose in all directions, impossibly tall, impossibly ancient, their peaks lost in cloud cover that seemed to be descending even as he watched. Wrangell St. Elias contained some of the most remote country in North America. 30,000 square miles of glaciers, valleys, and peaks where the human footprint was measured in single-day visits and passing aircraft. Most visitors never penetrated more than a few miles from the main road. Those who did were either experienced mountaineers or people taking risks they didn't fully understand. The Copper River Valley Trail was the most accessible backcountry route, a 9-mile day hike that skirted the eastern margin of the St. Elias Range. It was where people went when they wanted to feel like they were really in the wilderness, but didn't want to actually risk their lives. Christopher approved the permits for these hikes because they were statistically safe, well-marked, and populated enough by summer traffic that the trails were easy to follow. But in late October, the summer crowds had vanished. The trails had reverted to something closer to their natural state. Charlotte Voss's permit application had included a note indicating she was conducting research on alpine vegetation and glacial recession patterns. Wildlife researcher was the standard designation. She'd attached photos of her credential from the Audubon Society. 34 years old, based in Fairbanks, experience in field research listed as extensive. Christopher had approved the permit without hesitation. The woman clearly knew what she was doing. That was what he would remember later. Not as reassurance, but as confirmation of his own failure to see what was wrong. Charlotte Voss knew what she was doing, right up until the moment the forest decided she didn't. It was Charlotte Voss had turned off the official trail at approximately 1140 hours, roughly 3 miles in, at the point where a barely discernible side route branched toward a series of glacial tarns that weren't indicated on most maps, but were known to harbor rare alpine plant species. She had made this decision with full awareness that she was leaving the marked path. Her GPS unit was working perfectly. Her sat phone was fully charged, though she'd decided not to carry it on a day hike, an acceptable risk given the hour of the day and the proximity of civilization. She was a competent hiker. She had led research teams in the Brooks Range. She knew how to read terrain, how to backtrack, how to remain calm when plans shifted. When she realized around 1300 hours that the terrain had become steeper than expected, and the vegetative markers she'd been using as reference points had begun to grow unclear, she didn't panic. She simply confirmed her coordinates on her GPS, marked a waypoint, and prepared to retrace her steps. The GPS showed her coordinates to be precisely where she should be. The elevation gain matched her estimates. The terrain ahead matched the topographic data. Everything was correct, so she continued forward another quarter mile, reasoning that the plant samples she'd come to gather were likely at a higher altitude, where the temperature extremes created the botanical anomalies that interested her institution. By 1330 hours, when she decided to turn around, Charlotte noticed that the trail she'd created on the way up, her boot prints in the soft ground, the occasional mark where she'd steadied herself against a rock, had become somehow unclear, not vanished. They were still there, but they seemed distant, as if they belonged to someone else's hike, someone who had come this way hours ago or days ago. The tracks should have been sharp in the recent soil. Instead, they looked aged, pressed flat, as if many people had walked them since she'd passed. She checked her GPS again, Her waypoint was still visible. She was 40 meters from where she'd entered the higher terrain. This was wrong. She would have seen those 40 meters. The mountainside should have looked familiar in the inverse direction. It should have looked like the same place, just reversed, like looking at a photograph reflected in a mirror. Instead, it looked like a different mountain entirely. Charlotte turned a slow circle, processing. The weather had worsened in the time she'd been climbing. Cloud cover had descended, dropping the visibility to perhaps 200 meters. The wind had picked up. These were minor concerns. She was well-equipped, well-trained, and her waypoint was waiting. She could simply navigate backward by GPS. She'd done it 100 times. She began walking. The GPS showed her distance to the waypoint decreasing. 38 meters, 35 meters, 32 meters. Perfect. She was making good time. The cloud cover was disorienting, nothing more. In clear weather, she'd have no difficulty. In this weather, she trusted her instruments, which were doing exactly what they were supposed to do. At 1340 hours, she reached the waypoint. She was standing exactly where the GPS insisted she should be standing, and there was no trail. There was no evidence of the downslope terrain she'd climbed to reach this point. There were simply trees, ancient, gnarled, alpine-stunted conifers that seemed to be growing in a density that should have been impossible given the elevation. They seemed closer together than she remembered, as if they had shifted during the time she'd been looking away, the way things do in peripheral vision, moving when you're not watching and then freezing again when you look directly at them. Charlotte's heart rate increased slightly. Not panic. Not yet. A problem had a solution. She had coordinates, a compass, and the knowledge to use them. The terrain was playing tricks because of the low visibility and her own fatigue. She checked her compass bearing to her entry waypoint. Marked it. Began walking back the way she'd come, not retracing her footsteps, which seemed to belong to someone else anyway, but walking a reciprocal bearing that would take her down the slope mathematically, regardless of what the land seemed to insist. The GPS should have shown her distance to the first waypoint decreasing. 40 meters, 35 meters, 30 meters. Instead, at 1355 hours, it showed 47 meters. She'd walked 50 paces in what felt like the right direction, and she was somehow 15 meters farther away. Charlotte stopped, stood very still, let her breathing slow. This was not a malfunction. GPS units didn't malfunction like this. This was user error, misreading. She checked the device again. Fresh battery, good signal strength, no error codes. The location was correct. She was correct. The distance was increasing because she was walking in the wrong direction. Except she wasn't. She was walking downslope. The physics was correct. The compass was correct. Something was wrong with the space itself, as if the mountain had become larger while she wasn't looking. At 1410 hours, she heard the sound of running water, a creek or small stream cutting through the rocky terrain to her left. She hadn't heard it on the way up. Or perhaps she had and hadn't registered it, the sound of water common enough in these mountains that it barely registered. She moved toward it anyway. Water flowed downhill. Follow the water, and the water will take you to lower elevations. This was not a new principle. The sound grew louder as she approached. By the time she could see the creek through the trees, it was roaring. More than a creek now, a torrent. The water churning milky white with glacial melt, moving with enough force to carry rocks, moving with enough force to carry a person. The sound was thunderous, constant, filling every moment with its violence. It should have been visible from higher up. She should have seen the mist, heard the roar. Instead, it had simply appeared, as if the creek had come into existence in the time since she'd walked past where it supposedly wasn't. The sound of the water meant she couldn't hear much else. The forest was full of sound now, but it was only that one sound, the roar of the creek, endless and consuming. Charlotte realized, standing at the edge of that torrent, that she hadn't heard any animal sounds in the last hour. No birds, no movement in the underbrush, no evidence of life except her own breathing and the water's rage. And underneath the water's roar, so quiet she almost didn't register it, she heard something else. It was a voice. Not shouting, not calling her name. Just a voice. Familiar sounding, speaking words she couldn't quite distinguish through the thunder of the creek. She moved closer to the water, trying to hear better, and the voice became slightly clearer. It was saying her name. Softly. The way her brother used to say it, when they were kids, when he was about to tell her something that mattered. Her brother had died 12 years ago. Charlotte stepped back from the creek and listened harder. The voice was still there, underneath the sound of the water. The water was too loud. It was drowning everything out. She needed to move away from the water, find higher ground, navigate by terrain instead of by creek, use her compass, use her head. She turned away from the water sound and began climbing upslope again. By 14:30 hours, Christopher was beginning his third sweep of the permit database, confirming which visitors had actually been logged back in by the station. The family group at Cusculana, 3 adults and a teenager, had called on the emergency number at 12:35 hours, requesting a pickup at the trailhead. Bad weather coming in, visibility dropping. They were uncomfortable with the conditions. A rescue volunteer was en route to fetch them. They would be back by 1600 hours. Charlotte Voss had not called. Her permit was due to expire at 1800 hours. She had 3 hours and 30 minutes to return. Christopher pulled up her permit information again and reviewed her itinerary. Bagley Icefield Approach, one of the least traveled routes in the park, far more remote than the family group's trail. Theoretically safer for a solo, experienced hiker because it was less likely to encounter unexpected hazards, which meant mainly that fewer people had created trail shortcuts, and there were fewer ways to accidentally wander off the marked route. In practice, the Bagley Approach was safe only if you stayed on the actual trail. The terrain beyond it was unforgiving. Glacial crevasses, streams that could become torrents, weather that could change from merely cold to genuinely lethal in the time it took to drink a thermos of coffee. The weather report had been accurate. Snow was beginning to fall, light but steady. The cloud ceiling had dropped to maybe 500 meters, and visibility through the snow was poor. Still within reasonable bounds for a day hike conducted by someone competent. Still manageable. Christopher checked the station radio. The frequency for ranger dispatch was quiet. No emergencies reported. No emergency beacons activated from any of the transmitters carried by the registered parties. Everything was fine. He was being nervous for no reason. He filled another thermos with coffee anyway, and prepared to drive out to the Bagley trailhead. It was policy to make visual contact if permits were within 2 hours of expiration, and the permittee hadn't checked in. The snow was making driving treacherous, visibility dropping further by the minute. The drive would take 30 minutes in these conditions. He'd reach the trailhead at 1500 hours. If Charlotte came down within the hour after that, they'd coordinate at the parking area. If she didn't, he'd file a preliminary report and begin a formal search at first light. The drive out was quiet. Snow swirled in the headlights, and the landscape beyond was a flat gray, mountains rendered invisible by cloud cover. The radio in the truck crackled occasionally with routine chatter, dispatch confirming locations, rangers reporting on trail conditions, the constant low-level communication that kept the park functioning. Christopher didn't need to use the radio. He just needed to listen, and listen, and listen, and arrive. He reached the Bagley trailhead at 15:02 hours. Charlotte's vehicle was in the parking area, a compact SUV with Fairbanks plates covered now in a thin layer of snow. Everything was cold and quiet and perfectly normal. Christopher checked his own equipment: flashlight, two-way radio on the Ranger channel, GPS unit, emergency beacon, and confirmed that he had cell coverage. 1 bar, maybe 2. Enough to transmit, probably enough to receive. He tried the station radio anyway, more out of habit than concern. Dispatch, this is Unit 7 checking in at Bagley South. Permit holder vehicle is on site, no visual contact yet. We'll make preliminary trail observation. The response came back clear. Dispatch acknowledged. Everything was fine. Charlotte was probably just running late. hiking more slowly than estimated because of the weather. Experienced hikers often did this. They weren't trained to maintain pace in deteriorating conditions the way that unprepared people were. Unprepared people rushed. Experienced people took their time. Christopher began walking the trail, moving at a steady pace, his eyes on the ground, looking for recent boot prints in the snow. The snow had started falling roughly 40 minutes ago. Before that, the ground had been bare, or mostly bare. Some early frost, some fallen leaves, the typical late October mix. Charlotte's boot prints should be visible somewhere, either fresh and clear, if she'd come down after the snow started, or beginning to be covered if she'd come down just before. He found the trailhead marker, the official boundary stone. The trail beyond it was marked with faded blue paint on trees. The snow was thickening. The temperature was dropping. The forest was quiet in the way that forests become quiet when weather turns serious. No birds, no movement in the underbrush, just the sound of wind and the whisper of falling snow. Christopher walked the trail for perhaps a mile, examining the ground carefully. What he was looking for was a breaking point, the place where human footprints diverged from the marked path. Charlotte's permit had specified a solo hike. That was the key information. Solo hikers couldn't be confident in the terrain if they left the trail, especially not in deteriorating visibility. She would stay on the marked route, unless something had caused her to leave it. At roughly 15:45 hours, he found what he was looking for. Boot prints, relatively fresh, pressed deep into the muddy ground where the winter had not yet crusted the earth solid. Multiple prints, which didn't make sense. Charlotte was solo. There should only be one person's footprints, unless she'd come this way more than once, which was possible, or unless... Christopher stopped. The prints were heading upslope, away from the main trail, toward steeper terrain, and they had been made at different times. The first set was partially filled with water, as if made before a rain that hadn't occurred but had threatened. The second set was fresher, deeper, more clear. Both led in the same direction. Christopher called in on the Ranger channel. "Dispatch, I have a situation at Bagley South. Permit holder appears to have left the marked trail, heading upslope on secondary terrain. Beginning search. Stand by." "Copy that. Unit 7. Do you need backup? I can reach out to the rescue volunteers." Christopher looked at the trail ahead, at the snow that was falling more heavily now, at the forest that was growing darker as the afternoon advanced. "Stand by. Will advise." He radioed again at 1600 hours from higher up the slope. No visual contact. Visibility down to maybe 100 meters in the snow. He was following footprints that seemed to belong to multiple passes, which shouldn't be possible. He was following a trail that shouldn't exist. And underneath the wind, underneath the snow, he thought he heard a voice calling from somewhere farther up the mountain. Charlotte had been calling for help for some time, though she wasn't sure exactly how long. Time had become untrustworthy. Her watch insisted it was 16:15 hours. That meant she'd been lost for roughly 4 hours. That meant it was nearly dark. That meant she was in serious trouble. The voice that sounded like her brother had stopped calling her. That had been, she thought, maybe an hour ago. She had called back to it, which was stupid. You didn't call toward things in the woods, especially things that called your name. But by then she was already moving in the direction of the voice, and stopping felt like a worse choice than continuing. Now she couldn't find the voice anymore. Now she couldn't find anything anymore. The forest had become a maze. Not in the sense of a maze with walls and planned pathways. It was simply that every direction looked like every other direction. Trees, rocks, branches at face height that she kept forgetting to duck under, though her forehead was bleeding from when she'd hit one and hadn't felt it until later. Darkness creeping in from above, the sun dropping toward the horizon, the snow continuing to fall in fat, wet flakes that were accumulating now, covering the ground, covering the sparse vegetation, covering any evidence of which way was which. She had stopped trying to navigate by GPS approximately 2 hours ago, after the device had shown her as being simultaneously in 3 different locations. The error checking had shown no problems. The device was simply insisting on an impossibility. She had thrown it on the ground with more violence than was useful. had watched it bounce on a rock, had picked it up again when she realized that throwing away her technology was throwing away her last anchor point, even if that anchor was actively lying to her. She had tried her sat phone next. No signal. No emergency beacon. Not in the park. Not in the snow. Not up here in the darkness and cold. Her brother's voice had been the only thing that had made sense. It had told her that he was waiting just ahead. That if she could reach him, everything would be okay. That she was close now. So close, she just had to keep climbing. She had climbed until the terrain became too steep, and then she had climbed anyway, using her hands, scraping her palms on rock, her fingers going numb with cold and fear. The voice had continued to lead her higher and higher, away from the trail, away from any place where rescue would think to look. Now the voice was gone, and Charlotte was somewhere on a mountainside in the dark with a headache from the branch and bleeding hands and a realization settling into her mind like the snow. Not sudden, not dramatic, just arriving the way any terrible knowledge arrives. As a slow understanding that she had made a series of small mistakes that had accumulated into one enormous mistake. She had walked into the wilderness alone. She had ignored warning signs that came from everything except official channels. She had trusted her technology instead of her instincts. She had followed a voice that had sounded like someone she loved because people did that, because longing was powerful, because she had wanted to believe it. And now she was lost in a way that felt permanent, lost in a way that felt intentional, lost in a way that felt more and more as if the forest had decided not to give her back. The cold was becoming serious. Hypothermia was a real possibility. She had read the symptoms: confusion, which she definitely had, fatigue, which was accelerating, and increasing disorientation where the world began to feel unreal. She couldn't stay here. She had to move. Staying put was death. Moving was at least a choice, even if it was a choice likely to be futile. She picked a direction, downslope, which should theoretically lead to lower elevation and possibly to water, to the creek she'd heard earlier or another creek, anything that flowed downward, and she began walking. The forest grew denser as she descended. The trees seemed taller, or maybe she was just tired and they seemed taller because she was tired. The branches seemed to be reaching for her, which was a metaphorical thought of the dangerous kind, the kind that meant her thinking was getting fuzzy. Stay focused, keep moving, down, always down. And then, cutting through the wind, cutting through the whisper of falling snow, she heard something. It was a voice. Not her brother this time. It was a new voice. It was calling her name. It was a man's voice. It was calm and professional, and it was calling her name as if it had been calling her name all along, waiting for her to finally answer. "Charlotte? Charlotte, can you hear me?" She opened her mouth to respond and realized she was crying. Christopher had been climbing through deteriorating conditions for 2 hours when he finally heard something other than wind and snow. It was a sound like crying, or maybe it was the wind. The wind played tricks in this terrain, created echoes that sounded almost human, almost like they were calling you. He used his flashlight, beam already weak in the thick snow, and picked his way up a steep ridgeline. The trail, if it had ever been a trail, was completely obscured now. He was navigating by GPS and by the terrain itself, reading the mountain by how it felt beneath his feet, by the way the wind moved through it. His training told him he should turn back, call for backup, wait for daylight. His instinct told him to keep climbing. He activated his radio at 17:30 hours. "Dispatch, I'm heading up the western approach of the Bagley Ridge. Still no visual contact. No radio from the permittee. Conditions are worsening rapidly. Visibility near zero. Temperature dropping. Copy Unit 7. Rescue volunteers are mobilizing. ETA 2 hours. Do you want to establish a base camp and wait for support?" Did he want to wait? That would be the reasonable answer. That would be the answer that kept a person alive. Christopher thought about Charlotte Voss, alone somewhere on this mountain, and he didn't answer the question. He just said, "Stand by," and switched off the radio to conserve battery. The silence that followed was almost complete. Just the wind, just the snow, just the sound of his own breathing. The mountains around him were invisible. He might have been walking on a featureless plain for all he could see. The beam of his flashlight barely penetrated 10 feet. Beyond that was whiteness, the absolute whiteness of heavy snow and full darkness, the kind of whiteness that was actually black, that erased all reference points. And that was when he heard it again, the sound he'd been following, the voice calling Charlotte's name. Not a woman's voice, a man's voice, his own voice. Charlotte, Charlotte, I've got you. Stay calm. Stay exactly where you are. Christopher stopped. The voice continued, above him on the ridge, exactly the words he had been thinking of saying, the calm professional tone of a ranger speaking to a lost hiker in the dark. Exactly his own intonation, his own accent, the slight rasp that came from years of radio work and speaking in cold air. His own voice was calling up the mountain. Christopher's hands went cold. Not from the weather, from something else. From the immediate, visceral understanding that nothing alive on this mountain was calling to Charlotte in his voice. Something else was. Something that had heard him approaching, heard him thinking about what he would say, and was simply saying it first. "Don't answer," he said out loud, his real voice, the one that didn't echo. "Don't call back." But Charlotte, wherever she was in that darkness, was already crying out in response to the voice that sounded like rescue. He could hear her from somewhere below him or above him, he wasn't sure anymore, calling back, answering the thing that was calling her name. Christopher moved toward the sound of her voice, away from his own voice's echo. He was rational enough to understand what was happening. His mind was unraveling. The cold and fear and isolation were creating hallucinations, creating echoes of his own thoughts projected into the darkness. This was a known phenomenon in extreme conditions. Soldiers in Arctic operations had reported it. Explorers in isolation reported it. Your brain was a remarkable organ, and under stress it could convince you of nearly anything. But rational understanding didn't stop his hands from shaking. Rational understanding didn't make the voice calling in his own tone any less terrifying. He reached what he thought was Charlotte at 1805 hours, or what was left of her. A figure huddled in a small rock shelter that shouldn't have been there but was. A natural overhang of stone that provided minimal protection from the wind and snow. She was alive. She was conscious. She was looking at him with an expression of such profound relief that it almost broke him. "The voice," she said. Her teeth were chattering. Her lips were blue. She could barely form words. "Your voice," it kept calling me back. Every time I tried to go down the mountain, it called me back higher. "I know," Christopher said. He was wrapping her in his own emergency blanket, the one he was supposed to use if he got into trouble. "Don't think about it. We need to move. We need to get down." "It sounds like you," Charlotte said. "Exactly like you. How does it sound like you?" Christopher didn't answer. He was looking back down the mountain, down into the snow and darkness, and he was hearing things in that darkness. Sounds that might have been wind, sounds that might have been branches moving, sounds that might have been footsteps, following them, the same sounds echoing from multiple directions at once as if there were copies of him, multiple versions, all following him down the mountain. He helped Charlotte up. She could barely stand. Her core temperature was dangerously low. He could feel her shaking even through the emergency blanket. They began moving downslope, moving as quickly as they could in near-zero visibility, using the GPS, which was functioning normally now, which was perhaps more terrifying than when it had malfunctioned, to navigate back toward the trailhead. At 1820 hours, Christopher's radio finally crackled to life. Not dispatch, not any official frequency, just his own voice. Clearer now, no longer echoing, but broadcast as if someone was transmitting on the Ranger channel in his voice. His exact voice, speaking words he had been thinking of saying. "She's not going to make it, you know. The temperature's too low, she's already hypothermic. By the time you reach civilization, she'll be gone. You've already lost her. The mountain has already taken her. Why keep moving?" Christopher switched off the radio. Charlotte was crying quietly, not from cold, but from fear. The thing calling to them didn't have to be right. The thing calling to them just had to make them stop believing in escape. just had to convince them that the mountain owned them now, that the only way out was to accept that there was no way out. At 1835 hours, they reached the main trail. The snow was still falling. The temperature was dropping further. But they were on the marked path. Somewhere below them, though Christopher couldn't yet see it, there was the trailhead. Somewhere beyond that, there was the station. Somewhere beyond that, there was warmth and safety and a world where things didn't call your name in your own voice from the darkness. The figure standing in front of them, blocking the trail, was also wearing a ranger uniform. It was also carrying Christopher's equipment, his radio, his GPS unit. It was also speaking in his voice. "You can't leave," it said. "Neither of you can leave. You've come too far up the mountain. The only way down is the way we're going to show you. The only way down is to stop running and let us help you. Let us show you what the mountain really is." There were others in the darkness behind it. Christopher could see them now. Multiple figures, all in ranger uniforms, all with his face, all calling his name, all insisting that he listen, that he understand, that he accept what the mountain had taken from him the moment he decided to come after Charlotte. Christopher grabbed Charlotte's arm and ran, not down the trail, away from it, into the forest, into the snow, into the darkness that at least didn't have a copy of his own face watching him with an expression of ancient hunger. The rescue team found them at 2145 hours, huddled in a small cave beneath an overhang of rock, 15 minutes from the trailhead, but separated from it by what might have been miles, by what certainly had been chosen by something that lived in these mountains and was very good at keeping things that wandered off the proper path from ever quite reaching home. Charlotte was comatose with hypothermia. Christopher was conscious but not entirely responsive. He would spend the next week in a hospital in Anchorage, and they would tell him repeatedly that he had been hallucinating, that the cold and fear had created a shared delusion between him and the permittee, that neither of them had heard voices or seen figures in the darkness. The explanations were mechanically reasonable. The explanations were technically accurate. They were also, Christopher understood with a clarity that never quite faded, almost entirely wrong. Charlotte Voss regained consciousness in the hospital. She regained enough motor control to eat, to speak, to survive. But something in her had remained on that mountain, in that place where the rules were different, where things that sounded like your loved ones called to you from the darkness. She was transferred to a psychiatric facility. The official cause was trauma-induced dissociation. After 2 years, she was moved to an assisted living facility in Fairbanks, where she remained until her death from complications of a fall, which is what the report called it, though the orderly who found her said she hadn't fallen at all. She'd been standing at the window looking north toward the mountains when she simply stopped moving. Christopher requested a transfer 3 weeks after the incident was closed. The paperwork was processed without comment. He was assigned to a station in the Sonoran Desert, where there were no glaciers, no dense forests, no places where things could hide in the trees and watch, where the earth was dry and the sky was vast, and there was nowhere for ancient things to dwell except the spaces between people's thoughts. But even now, 6 years later, sometimes when he's alone in the darkness, Christopher hears his own voice calling from somewhere very far away. And he understands, in a way that no amount of logical reasoning has ever managed to dispel, that the voice isn't calling him back to that mountain. It's waiting for him to come close enough that it can show him what he's been carrying with him all this time, the piece of himself he left behind when he ran, the part of him that the mountain decided it wanted to keep. The forest in Alaska is still waiting, and it's patient. The forest in Alaska is always patient.